Chapter 368 Rediscover. Chapter 368 Rediscover. Elite Coder. Zhuofan was listening to Yun Xuanji's every word. People's fates are ingrained in the world. Although choices are innumerable, anything hardly throws the world out of balance. My belief was firm in this truth, and with my ancestors' eyes, I was able to point out a safer path for the people. But 8 years ago, something happened that collapsed my faith. Zhuofan curled an eyebrow. Seeing Yun Xuanji gasping, he muttered, "High Priest, restrain your grief. Who hasn't been disappointed in the world?" "Ha ha ha, you think I fell in despair because everything I knew had been turned upside down?" Yun Xuanji sighed, perhaps, but I was more surprised than anything. I used to think every life is bound to the world's laws. The more I saw, the duller the world became. That is why the Yun clan has always lived in tranquility and never engaged in power play. But that moment opened my eyes, that not everything was set in stone. Heaven and earth are keeping us prisoners while still presenting us with a way out. All that is left is for us to find it. Clueless to high heavens, Zhuofan scratched his nose, cursing the old man. What the hell had the old coot been smoking? Yun Xuanji laughed in reply to his thoughts. Steward Zhua doesn't look too keen to delve into the mysteries of fate. Then I shall speak plainly. 8 years ago, you killed Yu Giki in Blue Expanse City. Your act defied fate. His destiny was fraught with dangers, but it was not meant to be cut so short. Zhuofan's heart seized. 8 years ago was his first turning point in Tianyu, the one that made him, famous. All the fate-defying that came after this event went way over his head. You mean to tell me fate includes killing? What am I supposed to do? Wait for the auspicious day when I want to kill someone since it wasn't in the stars for him to die earlier? That only meant this parish ought to change jobs, scrying for an assassin's target's due date. Or no matter what the killer tries before the due time, all attempts would be for naught. Yun Xuanji knew his thoughts before they had even formed. Each man's fate is linked with the world, just like the starry sky. And every one of them touched one another through unseen rules and intricate interactions. Since everyone has their own will, they all take different walks in life. But the path to death never even existed for Yu Giki at that point in time. It only appeared 20 years later, in a time of great national unrest. The news of his death shocked me to the core. I turned to the sky at once and found a dead person still alive. Along with him, the strings of fate were now entangled, and he had escaped the ties that bind. Every single action of his changed the fates of everyone he met. The strong become weak, and the weak turn strong. Like a demon archon incarnate, he literally flips the world upside down. High Priest, you don't mean me when you mention Demon Archon, right? Zhuofan pointed at his nose, blinking his big puppy eyes. Yun Xuanji smiled. What do you think? Ha ha ha, you know better than anyone. Just how many people's fate has taken a sudden and unconceivable turn on your path? Luo clan, a washed-up third-rate clan, is experiencing a complete rebirth, as the head of the 8 noble houses. If not because of you killing Yu Giki, Blue Expanse City's Shui clan would have never served under Sword Marquis's abode. Their third mislife would have run its sordid course. Drifting Flowers Edifices was destined to be Regent Estate's first victim in their house unification plan, greatly bolstering their power, all leading up to a huge civil war. All it took was one particular man, you, and Drifting Flowers Edifices made a comeback from the brink of death. Regent Estate's plans were thwarted, and on it goes. Need I say more? All of this sounds like fate's plan to me. Maybe I'm just Regent Estate's nemesis, the one to turn all of it around. Zhuofan stuck out his nose as he spoke with sophistry. Yun Xuanji nodded with a smile. Perhaps, but my eyes still fail to see any trace of fate around you. As if you are walking between two worlds, having long since shed the shackles of destiny. Heart tense, Zhuofan may speak tough, but he was already starting to believe it on the mushy inside. Although he was allergic to this bullshit called fate, this old coot was right about one thing. He truly was walking between worlds, that of the living and the dead, an ethereal stage. Losing his body, could live on by possessing others with his soul. But that was no true rebirth, since he didn't die to begin with, while demonic Emperor Zhuo Yifan had his soul pulverized, annihilated. Luo clan's servant, Zhuofan, of meager cultivation, was also struck down, yet through the mysteries of the Nine Serenities' secret records, life was born anew from these two strangers housing one body, a life walking the thin line between the living and the dead, yet above the laws of this world separated. They were dead, but together they were at least half alive. Steward Zhuo, I don't know how you did it, but please believe me. Your very existence changes everyone's fate as they know it. Yun Xuanji paused for effect, then continued in a heavier tone, I intended to keep this matter hidden, but in exchange for your trust, I will tell you a secret. The one you killed, Huangpu Qingtian, had all the qualities and fate to be a ruler. He had a high chance of becoming the new emperor. What? Zhuofan could hardly believe his ears. He was always of the belief that Huangpu Qingtian's rants about providence that, were just that, rants and a heavy dose of narcissistic tendencies. But now, even the high priest vouched for him, making it all the more crazy. Yun Xuanji sighed. I had seen into Huangpu Qingtian's fate, and a single glance told me that he had the disposition of an earth dragon, a prime candidate to be a king on this earth. But fate is a forked path. Where there is death, there will always be life, and where there was life, death wasn't far behind either. At the time, I spoke of 3 tribulations he had to pass to achieve his destiny. First was heaven. With the king's advent, the dragon's soul shall return. Huangpu Qingtian earned its recognition in his childhood for a reason. This tribulation, he passed. Zhuofan nodded. Dragon Vein Soul was a savage being, with not even a radiant stage expert capable of subduing it. Yet Huangpu Qingtian, a pipsqueak, did it, complementing each other and training the Earth Dragon Claw. It's gotta be fate. There's no other explanation. The second tribulation was of father and son. Estate Lord Huangpu Tianyuan is a decisive and stalwart person. If Huangpu Qingtian wanted to do anything, he had to seize power, to steal his father's seat. This ultimately broke the ties of father and son beyond repair. All he had to do was to be a savage himself, throw away his clan and steal his position. This would have brought him one step closer to being an emperor. Humph, the punk was savage all right, just look at his rotten attitude. Zhuofan scoffed and sighed. It's obvious that this tribulation was a walk in the park compared to the first. The final tribulation, the most crucial one, was sin. Huangpu Qingtian is a tyrant in character and actions. With everyone considered dirt, his sins weigh heavy on his shoulders. If he would have gone soul-searching, reassessing the worth of a person, he would have been a prime candidate to become the next emperor. 20 years later, Regent Estate would be at his beck and call. At the peak of his power, the clash with the imperial family would be nothing more than a skirmish to him. And 4 decades later, he'd become the ruler of Tianyu and establish his own dynasty. That seems highly improbable. With that guy's obnoxious attitude, the thought of self-reflection would have never crossed his mind. Looking people right in the eye instead of his nostrils would already be a huge improvement. There's no way he would have passed the third tribulation. Zhuofan dissed his words, but now the Regent Estate can no longer vie for power and has nothing to do with me anymore. Yun Xuanji shook his head. People always change. As I understand, the recent years have been too peaceful. If Huangpu Qingtian had lived, he may very well be able to overcome this tribulation. A pity he stumbled upon you, a man outside fate, and his future was cut short. A grave loss. Yun Xuanji sighed, while Zhuofan scratched his nose. High Priest, for you to tell me so much, there has to be a reason. Why? For the good of the people. Yun Xuanji stood up, giving the flabbergasted Zhuofan a deep bow. I have deep knowledge of fate and its inviolable nature. Even if forced to change, it will only make a detour. slowly but surely returning back on track. Hence I am filled with pain seeing the people suffer yet powerless to help them. Now that I see that Steward Zhua has the power to change all that, I dearly wish Steward Zhua will keep the fighting to a minimum, for the sake of the people. Fine, I get it. Zhuofan waved him off before he went on. High Priest, I took you for an intelligent man, but now I see that you're quite senile. 1 second you call me the Demon Archon incarnate, and the next moment you ask the same Demon Archon to save the world? Yun Xuanji held his gaze. You were a Demon Archon. Still am. Then later. Still will. Zhuofan's tone was firm. Yun Xuanji sighed. You have escaped fate, so why insist on walking the old path? I do not know who you are, but looking at your past exploits that got you here, they're not at all the actions of an ignorant child, but those of an expert reborn. Going from there, a reborn expert must have faced true death once. But have you ever taken a moment to consider that this rebirth, and having escaped fate, is all about rediscovering yourself? Zhuofan shook from head to toe. Not only had he guessed Zhuofan's origins, but the heart of this old demonic cultivator rediscover. In less than 10 years, unlike his past life which was focused solely on cultivating in the sacred domain, he had met countless people, gotten in touch with all kinds of feelings he never knew existed that had given him a whole new look on life. These were all events he had never experienced before. Maybe this life was heaven's way of elevating his state of mind through countless events for the next time he became a demon emperor. That truth freed him of worry and brought peace. His death as demonic emperor may very well be a blessing in disguise. What's in it for me? Zhuofan was back to showing his trademark evil smile. He may have accepted Yun Xuanji's proposal, but on the inside he was still rotten. Chapter 369 Holy Maiden Yun Shuang. Chapter 369 Holy Maiden Yun Shuang. Elite Coder. Yun Xuanji smiled after persuading Zhuofan's rebuttal into a half-agreement. As for the price, he had that covered. Steward Zhua, changing fate benefits the nation. It is the highest form of good you can do. From now on, my clan will follow Steward Zhua to the ends of the earth. Going against heaven's plan is the way for the future. We'll do anything to prevent Steward Zhua from burning the world and ruining the lives of innocents. Zhuofan's face lit up. His heart tickled pink. The third pillar, perish, would answer to him alone. It was the best kind of help. With High Priest Yun Xuanji known to all as demigod, he could peer into heaven's plan yet not through Zhuofan regardless. This way he would have accurate information regarding those sneaky devils that wanted to stab him in the back while he was assaulted by beasts from the front. Caught in his reverie, Yun Xuanji was the one to wake him. Steward Zhua, my clan has always been neutral. But for the sake of people, I will make an exception just this once. Last night, I peered into the sky and found the Luo clan to be on a constant rise. The only ones strong enough to crush its advance are 4 powers. Care to elaborate? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Regent Estate, the Earth Dragon, Imperial Family, the Crouching Dragon, the Empire's Prime Minister, Zhuge Chongfeng, the Hidden Dragon, and… Yun Xuanji squinted and sighed, having reached this point and gestured to the north. My greatest worry and greatest menace upon the people, Quanrong Empire, the vile dragon. Eyes squinting, Zhuofan cried. The same Quanrong Empire that the Imperial Capital's factions have beaten down thousands of miles away from here? What do they have to do with us? Don't tell me they'll take this chance to attack? That still doesn't involve the Luo clan. That will be right up Dugujantian's alley. I am unclear since I am not part of the court meetings and do not understand politics shrouded in cloak and dagger. I only read the night sky, and these 4 are the ones most likely to level the Luo clan. Yun Xuanji sighed, wheels turning for a while. Zhuofan's eyes had a lost gaze in them, not seeing the connection. If I take Yun Xuanji's word for it, whose side is Quanrong on then? Zhuofan's mind jumped back to the esoteric debate, thinking of the time in Beast King Mountain and the good days he spent with that foreign lass. He found her a little bit queer, Is someone within our empire spying for the Quanrong Empire? How else do you explain another country's interference in times of Tianyu's civil war? He then turned to the first three factions. They all had the minimum power to cooperate with each other, and this had him grow extra cautious. I was too naive to focus only on the first three factions. Each of them is despicable and vile enough to pull outsiders into this country's problems. God damn it, are they that thick in the head to not understand the simple truth of keeping it in the family? First he cursed them and then rejoiced. He thanked his lucky stars that he came by Yun Xuanji today and found out about this important info, or this ace would have remained hidden until it would sting him hard. With a rushed bow, he spoke, "Thank you, Elder Yu, for your wisdom. I will make arrangements at once. I am not about to let outsiders encroach our lands and put our people in peril." Ha ha ha, for Steward Zhua to realize this truth, I am more than gratified. But before you go, I have a gift for you. Chuckling, Yun Xuanji turned to the kneeling child outside the door. Xiao Dongzi, go bring Shuang. Right away. The child left. Zhuofan put on a puzzled look for the high priest. What treasure is he giving me? But all he could read from the old guy's vague smile was nothing. Moments later, the child came back with a brisk ringing of bells and a fragrance that assaulted Zhuofan's nose. It soothed his mind and cleared his heart, and then he heard the sweetest voice, "Grandfather, you called?" Zhuofan flicked his head back to meet the clearest eyes and fairest skin, sending Zhuofan down memory lane. Ninger. They were not, in fact, similar at all. She was prettier than Xuanning by a long shot, but Zhuofan found one trait identical. Both of them had that innocent vibe. Like the highest snow on the tallest peak, unmarred by decadence and evil plaguing this world, Shuang come. Yun Xuanji had a cooing tone as he gestured her over. "She is my granddaughter, Yun Shuang." Zhuofan made a curt nod and a silly smile found its way on his face. He felt too similar to when Xuanning was around, and for no particular reason he became chipper. "Hi, I am Luo Clan's steward, Zhuofan." "Hello." Yun Shuang smiled back and bowed, shaking the little bell on her wrist. Yun Xuanji approved, then dropped the bomb. "Steward Zhua, Shuang will be your servant, tending to all your needs." "A what?" Zhuofan and Yun Shuang's eyes were about to pop out. "Grandfather." Yun Shuang teared up at Yun Xuanji's inflexible expression. Zhuofan waved all over the place. "High priest, your help is more than enough. Why must you make such a repulsive proposal? Do you take me for a lek? One who sits on men and gets fresh with women? To the point that I'd go for my allies' people? Ha ha ha, this is precisely why. Why else do you think I'd throw my dear granddaughter into the jaws of a tiger?" Yun Xuanji said, "To be perfectly honest, she is like me and has the same eyes I do. She is to become Yun Clan's 8th clan head, Holy Maiden Yun Shuang. I leave her with you to guide you when needed and to stop you from bringing calamity to the people." In the esoteric debate, you lost all reasoning, forcing the hidden and opportunistic Luo clan to come out in the open far earlier than necessary. For the Luo clan and for the nation, it was a grave lapse in judgment. Flushing red, Zhuofan scratched his nose. He was clear on what a dumb idea it was being such a hothead when facing Huangpu Qingtian. As they say, hindsight was 20/20, but some things were meant to be done even if they were clearly unreasonable. He would do it all over again even if he had to choose again. I'd never rest easy until he died. Yun Xuanji gave Zhuofan a shy look, her eyes turning pitch black with faint glimmers flashing deep within. "Just like Yun Xuanji," she then cried. "Ah, he has no fate. Is he the one grandfather always talks about? The anomaly who broke the ties that bind?" "The same one. Luo clan's steward, Zhuofan." With a chuckle, Yun Xuanji, who was very fond of Yun Shuang, spoke. "Shuang, don't blame me. I don't have any choice. It's the only way to save the people, through him, who changes fates. He is a man of cruel methods, not one bit kind. Even capable of tormenting innocent. I can only have you stay by his side, to guide him on the righteous path and save the people. Cough, High Priest, with all due respect, are you by any chance cursing me? Is that wise? Zhuofan spoke his 2 cents. Yun Xuanji just shook his hand. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhuo always sees himself as a cruel man. So how could those words count? Just take them as a praise. High Priest, now I know why you said my shameless character made you nostalgic. You haven't changed a bit, still hanging on strong. I may be shameless, but not even I am like you, cursing someone in their face. You're too kind, really. Steward Zhuo just got unwanted contriver so angry, he almost spat blood. I am far from your match. As they say, every generation outmatches the last. Kids these days get stronger every day. Yun Shuang watched the two bicker between the lines and giggled. Yun Xuanji patted his dear granddaughter's head, pushing her over. Steward Zhuo, Shuanger is in your care. She will be of help to you. Please don't abandon her, she isn't a burden. I can't always be there to guide you, but she can. She is useful. Quirking an eyebrow, Zhuofan felt that the old man was hinting at something while emphasizing her ability, but nodded anyway. The coot is right about one thing. Having a scryer by my side is far better than running over here every other day. Thus they came to terms. Yun Xuanji saw them out himself. Yun Shuang barely wanted to leave, with tears welling in her eyes, but Zhuofan's forceful pulling got her away in no time at all. This is a treasure right here. Waste not, want not. This scene would instantly slap another infamous rumor on the ever-growing list that was Zhuofan, that of him being a human trafficker. What no one noticed, though, was the pair of cold eyes watching them from a dark corner. Moments later, a shadow flashed and words entered his ears. He mumbled and scoffed, "Humph, this suicidal old coot, neutral for a century, and now he decides to make an exception." The figure vanished, and the sky above the parish darkened swiftly, bringing with it rain and piercing winds. The high priest faltered at this change, and his carefree mood turned serious as he sighed. What matters is not what becomes of my name, but the good of the people. Ha ha ha. After a weak laughter, his eyes flickered with a staunch resolve. Chapter 370 Kidnapping. Chapter 370 Kidnapping. Elite Coder. Shuanger, hope you don't mind me calling you that. On their way to the Luo clan, Zhuofan and Yun Shuang were walking abreast. But he always had a vile and sinister smile each time he looked at the lass, like she was a super rare treasure. Yun Shuang shivered and tears welled in her eyes. The way she saw Zhuofan grinning was like a stranger being handed a candy, and it scared her out of her mind. Zhuofan laughed. Ha ha ha, Miss Shuanger, there's no need to be scared. Your grandfather placed you in my care to help me complete my master plan. In fact, we're on the same side. Once this is all over, you are free to go home. With how we little know about each other from the past few moments, you can still be sure of my character. Just stick with yours truly and you'll be going places. I will make a celebrity out of you. I will take very good care of you, hee hee. He didn't realize that all this boasting might have something to do with how this girl had the same character as Ninger. Yun Shuang broke out in giggles. She kept looking at him for a while, before finally scrounging up some courage. As Steward Zhuo, grandfather warned me many times that you are a bad man and I am to lead you down the path of righteousness. But you don't look so wicked to me. Ha ha ha, that's why I said you don't know me. Shaking his head, Zhuofan laughed inside at the gullible lady. Then, a sudden wind picked up and covered the two in yellow dust. Zhuofan cried, "Poison! Shuanger, hold your breath." Hi, useless. My poison can pierce even a radiant stage expert's defenses. The creepy voice stabbed the two's ears as the yellow dust grew thicker around them. Zhuofan grimaced as he watched the world spin. It's a sedative. With a plop, he fell down out cold. Steward Zhuo. Yun Shuang cried just as the yellow poison drifted towards her. She held on for a few seconds before blacking out. Just like Zhuofan, 3 men flew over. One was an elder with long yellow eyebrows drooping down the sides of his wrinkled face. A flick from him made the yellow dust go back into his sleeve. They were mighty pleased with themselves, seeing their quarry was out for the count, ha ha ha, and here I thought the best steward beneath heavens was something to fear. One move from me and he fell all the same. The yellow eyebrow elder laughed, his cronies bowed in praise. Ancestor Huang Mei, your poison is invincible. Not even Pill King Hall can match you. Smiley face, Huang Mei equals literally yellow eyebrows. Humph, Pill King Hall is nothing compared to me. Thinking back to when Pill King Hall invited me to be their venerable, we compared poisons, but wasn't it them who fell short each time? All they have for themselves is an empty name. The ancestor mocked. Second prince only wants Zhuofan. What do we do with her? Ancestor, I heard Zhuofan always carries himself with pride and indifference, and has few people he even cares about. For this girl to be walking next to him, it can only mean that she is one such person. Let's take her as well. It might be for His Highness's benefit. One of the men bowed and Ancestor Huang Mei nodded. He wrapped the two bodies on the ground in yellow dust and flew away. The other two rushed to catch up. This easy win had gotten to their heads all right, or they would have noticed a shivering person not far from here. Having been witness to all of it, a closer look would instantly place her as Princess Yongning's attendant from the awards ceremony. Oh God, this is huge. I have to tell the princess. The child finally regained her wits after a long 15 minutes, scampering for the imperial palace in panic. In less than an hour, the panting child presented her badge to the gate guards. I am the princess maid, let me in. Meanwhile, in the princess chambers, a fatty was wiping the overflowing sweat on his brow as he panted. Yongning, come out. I'm dying here. The fatty shook the ground with his collapse, cursing still. What the hell is wrong with this place? Why is it so big? For no one but the emperor to move in a palanquin is so unreasonable. That rule is clearly aimed at my poor self. Then what are you doing dashing around the imperial palace? Why don't you stick to your manner? Hi hi hi. A giggle came from beyond the doors. Princess Yongning came from inside in a cheerful mood. Fatty turned to look at his younger sister. You think I want to run over to this blasted place? Regardless of its importance, Imperial Father always sends me on errands. While the elder brother handles files in the Imperial Palace and the second brother tends to the guards, patrolling with them each day. Only I, the accursed big-boned, unloved by my father, get sent outside whenever, wherever. I bet the farther he sends me the better he feels, wishing I won't get back at all. Sigh, the world can be so cruel to this poor plus-sized man. Third brother, you must have lived a long and hard life. Yongning caressed the big lug's head, but the smile never left her face. On the verge of breaking the facade, the fatty's mouth twitched, flicking her hand away. Stop patronizing me, sister. I came here on official business. It is father's punishment for you for sneaking out. He knows. Yongning jerked and her face sank. Third brother, how did father find out? Did you all tell on me? And you call yourself brothers? Rolling his eyes, the tubby sighed. Yongning, I haven't said a word. Running around the nation round the clock has me dead on my feet. I don't even have time for anything else, much less report you. As for the elder brother, he's toiling hard as well, pushing papers all day every day. When would he get the time off to tell on you? To say nothing of the second brother. You saw him growing up, how his only drive is elder brother. He's not so bored as to give you trouble. Then who told him my secret? Princess Yongning frowned. If I ever get my hands on that person, I'll tear them to pieces. Fatty was watching her in a daze, then shook his head. Yongning, you're no angel either. Even if we didn't know a thing, he'd still hear about it. Father is the emperor with countless spies under him. Aren't you a bit delusional thinking you can hide your actions in the imperial capital? You're right. Thanks to your reminder, now I know it must be those rumored shadow guards. Creeping about like ghosts, some clingy maggots and pestering pests. Am I right? Yongning clapped and vowed, they're the ones. Who else could have known I sneaked out? The fatty gasped, then put on a bitter smile. Yongning, are you sure you aren't playing with half a deck? That little sneak of yours outside the gates was out in the open for all the houses to see. Why mention the Shadow Guards when everyone knew? Besides, the Shadow Guards are Father's secret force. No one knows who they really are. All that is known is their captain, the fourth pillar, Shadow King. Even the other pillars are cautious around him. Aren't you perhaps having an overinflated idea of yourself, thinking a big shot like him would set his eyes on the little old you? What little old me? Aren't I a princess? Yongning threw a tantrum. Fatty sighed. Yongning, we're getting nowhere. Might as well accept Father's punishment. Princess Yongning, receive the edict. Yongning obeys. May His Majesty have a long and prosperous life. Yongning fell to her knees with utmost respect. Fatty turned solemn as well. By order of the Emperor, Yongning has sneaked out of the palace and lost all semblance of propriety. You are hereby confined for 1 year, subjected to change depending upon your behavior. A year? Yongning fell to the ground in shock, her face ashen. A whole year stuck in the imperial palace. That was the heaviest blow she had ever received. Fatty regarded the downcast princess in pain and was going to say a few words, but a child rushed over in panic, crying all the time, "Princess, something terrible has happened." What happened? Why are you panicking? Yongning sighed. What could be worse than being grounded for a year? And didn't I tell you to invite Shuang to read me? Where is she? Gasping, she blurted, "Didn't get the chance. Miss Shuang and Liufeng were kidnapped." What? Yongning and Fatty cried. I saw it with my own eyes, Princess. Lu Zhu vouched. Who did it? The Fatty frowned. I heard them mentioning the second prince. What? Fatty and Yongning jerked at once. Fatty's face was whiter than paper. Second brother has really done it now. A prince engaging in kidnapping? And with the high priest's holy maiden and a house steward no less. Lu Zhu, you come with me. I am going to give him an earful, humph. Yongning scoffed, pulling Lu Zhu towards the emperor's study. Lu Zhu merely bobbed her head and followed, while Fatty ran out of the palace aghast. Third brother, where are you going? Shouldn't we tell father? Yongning shouted, it's too late for that. Fatty gnashed his teeth. Late? Yongning was bewildered. Since the second brother had them kidnapped, they should be safe for the time being. How can I rest easy? And I'm not worried for them, but for my second brother. Old second must have lost his mind to move against that savage. You can mess with the king of hell, but God help you if you step on Steward Zhua's toes. That line said back in the esoteric debate wasn't just for show. Fatty wiped his brow and his face was flushed. His blubberbutt actually moved with uncanny grace for once, gone like the wind. Yongning figured the situation was far graver and rushed as well. Chapter 371, The Savage Rouses. Chapter 371, The Savage Rouses. Elite Coder. Whoosh! The image of a perfect blue sky was ruined when a yellow smoke made erratic movements all over it. It landed in a huge yard, revealing the person within it was Ancestor Huang Mei and his cronies. Each was holding a knocked-out hostage, Zhuafan and Holy Maiden Yun Shuang throwing the baggage to the ground. The trio cackled. Clap. With a slow clap, a nice-looking youth came over with a dozen people behind him. It was Yuan Yong's second prince. Gave the baggage a curt nod. Whenever the yellow wind blows, nothing can catch him. Ancestor Huang Mei lives up to his reputation. To have even Zhuafan, the pain in the rear of all the houses, tied up, I am in awe, ha ha ha. Hi, thank you, your highness. I am not like those nobodies, undeserving of their name. I had him captured even before I got to show what I was made of. I feel ashamed sometimes, undeserving of the second prince's praise. Ha ha ha, Ancestor is so modest. I'm sure that it is not Zhuafan who is weak, but Ancestor's skills are out of this world to have achieved such swift success. Ancestor, you will have the 10 8th grade pills, rest assured. Second Prince clapped and laughed while Ancestor Huang Mei gave out his creepy cackle. With that out of the way, the Second Prince turned to the baggage. He flipped Zhuofan over and snickered at his dreamy look. Is this all the best steward beneath heavens amounts to? This is what you get for ignoring my invite. Then he turned to Yun Shuang in confusion. Ancestor, who is this? He, not a clue. Since she was with Zhuofan, she has to be someone important to him. I figured the girl would be of some use to your highness, so I brought her along. Ancestor Huang Mei shrugged. Second Prince chapped his lips with so many praises. That's so nice of you, Ancestor, ha ha ha. He flipped her over as well, putting on display all that made her pretty. He was amazed. Holy Maiden Yun Shuang? Ancestor, how come you've kidnapped someone from Parish? You mean I can't? Ancestor Huang Mei was confused, squinting. The Second Prince took a deep breath and showed a twisted smile. No, you are perfect, Ancestor. In fact, I'll add 2 more pills as thanks. A what? Ancestor Huang Mei blanked for a second, then laughed. Thank you, Your Highness. He thought he had brought along a mere girl, but she proved to be of value, earning him a bonus. Giving Yun Shuang a good look, Second Prince said. Ancestor, could you wake her up? I have some questions. Easy. Ancestor Huang Mei nodded and pulled out a vial from his ring. He hovered it under Yun Shuang's nose and said, This is my prized narcotic, 1,000 Years Dream. Not even a radiant stage expert can fight it. Their only chance at waking up is if I help them, he. Ancestor's skills are amazing. I am in awe. Second Prince cupped his hands, then waited for Yun Shuang to wake up. 15 minutes later, with a melodious sound, Yun Shuang stirred. The first thing she saw was the Second Prince's warped smile. She cried, Ah, Second Prince. Miss, there's no need to fear. You are a valued guest of my manor. You're safe here. Grinning, Second Prince made a gesture for silence. Yun Shuang looked at him distraught. She shuddered backwards as she took in his accomplices with a heavy heart. Her 5th layer of Profound Heaven stage could hardly count as anything against the 9th layer Profound Heaven experts around, to say nothing of the 5 Radiant stage experts. The biggest shock was the Yellow Eyebrow Ancestor, in the 8th layer of Radiant stage. Looking at so many big shots around her, all she saw was death. Then she glanced at Zhuofan having the sweetest dreams imaginable and shook him. Steward Zhuo, wake up! Wake up! No use. Zhuofan was sleeping like a baby. Ha ha ha, miss, save your energy. Only my antidote can wake him. Ancestor Huang Mei laughed. Yun Shuang bit her lip, growing frantic and fearful of the men around her. She knew Zhuofan couldn't do a damn thing as he was, but she stuck close to him either way. The closer she was, the safer she felt. Snickering inside, the Second Prince put on a genial smile. Miss Shuang, I've heard of you being a holy maiden. But with all of Parish's rules and other obstacles, I've never had the pleasure of paying you a visit. Imagine my surprise when you came to me instead. You honor and humble me with your presence. Humph, what valuable guest, you kidnapped us. Yun Shuang scoffed. Second Prince laughed. True, but it's fine. All that matters is that you are in my home, and that makes you a guest. And let me tell you, I do know how to treat my guests. Though there is just one small detail that has been vexing me for a long time, something that I hope you can clarify for me. What? Yun Shuang asked. Second Prince gave a deep bow. I've heard that Miss is the same as the High Priest, with eyes that can read the heavens, able to look into a person's fate. Would it be possible to glimpse upon mine? Am I? Second Prince was getting excited and shouted, Fit to rule? Not in your life. Yun Shuang was stubborn and shot him down there and then. By Yun clan's ancestral teachings, we have always been neutral. We look after the people, not the rulers. Peeking into the Empire's fate is taboo and against the Yun clan's principles. I cannot help you. Second Prince's face fell and he snorted. I see, ancestral teachings, is it? Why then I heard that 20 years ago, the High Priest had read Huangpu Qingtian's fate. How is that the same? Yun Shuang explained. Huangpu Qingtian was a child then. His fate was full of twists and turns. He had yet to mature into someone being fit to rule. You, on the other hand, are fully grown and have fewer turning points. If you do have a dragon's disposition, it will come to pass more often than not. And reading it will mean revealing heaven's plan, inviting heaven's wrath, and bringing hell upon the masses. She shouldn't have said that. Now the second prince's heart was thrumming in his chest out of excitement when Huangpu Qingtian died. His fate as an emperor wasn't certain, and even if he had the disposition of a king, he still couldn't overcome the tribulation called Zhuofan. But the second prince was different. His fate was set in stone. Once determined, it would come to pass. Summing it up, all Holy Maiden had to do was to say that he had it in him to be an emperor and no one would stop him. He'd have a smooth sailing towards the throne. Second prince's delusion of grandeur grew so much that his eyes were bloodshot. What are you waiting for then? Bask your eyes on my regal self. Tell me if I have what it takes to reach the top. I told you already. I mustn't. Second prince held a 5th-grade spiritual sword and poked at Zhuofan's throat in his lunacy. I heard you two are close. Look already or he dies. Easy, your highness. He is after all the one his majesty bestowed the best steward beneath heaven's title. We will also have to answer if anything happens to him. Someone urged in the second prince's ear. Second prince glared and roared. Codswallop! Once I take the throne, best steward beneath heavens isn't worth shit. He now turned to Yun Shuang and threatened, look or I will kill him. Didn't the Yun clan always come to people's aid? Are you going to let this man suffer? Yun Shuang was torn. She couldn't watch him die nor go against her ancestors' teachings. She just couldn't choose. She glanced at Zhuofan's dreamy face and recalled her grandfather's warning. Zhuofan was an anomaly that changed fates, and she was to guide him on the straight and narrow path. Recalling Zhuofan's selfless act of jumping in front of her to meet the poison, she finally made her choice. Zhuofan had to survive. Fine, I will. Yun Shuang nodded. Second prince was jubilant. He took back the sword and straightened his tunic. Then, Holy Maiden, if you please. Yun Shuang closed her eyes, and the next time she opened them they turned into a sucking abyss. Just that in that endless darkness faint glimmers shone, like stars. After a while, she regained her normal sight and sighed, What is it, Holy Maiden? Am I? Second prince couldn't control himself with joy. Yun Shuang nodded with a relaxed smile. How fortunate, you are not fit to rule. I didn't go against my ancestors. Oh, such a blessing. Boom. Second prince's mind exploded. His face twitched as he babbled. Holy Maiden, aren't you mistaken? Do it again. Grandfather has taught me since I was a child. There's no mistake. Yun Shuang stated, You are unfit for the throne. Don't waste your breath. But I will tell you this, my kindness to you. The path you tread is fraught with danger, towards eternal doom. Turn back and you may live a life of peace. If you don't, you damn liar! You dare to deceive me? I'll kill you! With a roar, the second prince denied this wretched fate with all his being, and even lost his mind. Holding out his sword again, he slashed at Yun Shuang. Yun Shuang shrieked and curled. The sword failed to cut even a hair from her head, as it clanged in the vice of a dragon claw. What came next was the cackle of a demon. Ha ha ha, you fool! Even if you were fit to rule, the instant you grabbed me your fate was doomed. Chapter 372, Leveling the Prince's Home. Chapter 372, Leveling the Prince's Home. Elite Coder. Clang. With a sharp and faint sound, the second prince's prized 5th-grade spiritual sword snapped in two in that dragon-claw's grip. To everyone's horror, Zhuofan stood proud and tall before Yun Shuang, roaming his cold gaze on the guards and stopping on the second prince with a snicker. He. Simply because of a declined invite you decided to kidnap me? I gotta hand it to you, that takes guts. Zhuofan. Second prince babbled, staggering back in fright. Yun Shuang burst in joy at the high and mighty figure. Steward Zhua, are you all right? Ha ha ha, never been better. Like I said, stick with me and you'll be going places. Only I can push others around. The others won't ever get the chance. Stick with me and no one will touch you. Zhuofan gave a thumbs up and a grin, going back to showing off his swag. Yun Shuang giggled and blushed. His jokes worked wonders in easing her worries. Ancestor Huang Mei cried in disbelief. How? Only I can wake you from my 1,000 years dream. If there's one thing I don't care about, that's poison. Be it narcotic or necrotic, they got nothing on me. I am where I am because neither Regent Estate nor the likes of those 7 houses, Pill King Hall included, could cope with me. So what could a rookie like you do? I only faked being asleep, curious as to who had the nerve to pull something like this. Squinting, Zhuofan kept on mocking, his hands swirling with black energy as he turned to the second prince. Lo and behold, it was this dumbass. Something's still bugging me though. How in God's name did the wise and shrewd Majesty end up with this gung-ho fool of a son? Even Miss Schwanger's reading proves you are the farthest thing from a ruler. Does that make you not a prince? Yun Shuang giggled and punched her cute fist on Zhuofan's chest, then rolled her eyes. Second prince's shock had now turned into full-blown rage. His breathing ragged as he glared at Zhuofan. Zhuofan had spat the bastard right in his face. And the all-important prince had only one logical reaction to this, to snap at this naked humiliation. Ancestor Huang Mei, what are you standing around for? Get that miscreant. Second prince roared and pointed at Zhuofan. Ancestor Huang Mei had had enough as well and shot yellow smoke for Zhuofan. You little scamp, do you think everyone is beneath you? Have a taste of my power, 1,000 years dream. Yun Shuang ducked behind Zhuofan, who only smirked in disdain as the black energy covered them. The yellow smoke wrapped around the two in seconds. Ancestor Huang Mei stuck his head out in pride at the second prince, but an explosion cut his chance at boasting. The yellow smoke went for a spin, and as it did it only got thinner to reveal the black mass in the center, demon transformation art. Zhuofan called the blackness back inside, his eyes looking icier by the second. What happened to my 1,000 years dream? Ancestor Huang Mei stammered. Zhuofan looked at him with a cold stare, his voice dripping with malice. Ate it. Ancestor Huang Mei was sweating buckets. Zhuofan was more of a monster than the rumors had him pegged. He had shrugged the narcotic off like it was nothing. The ancestor knew Zhuofan was a body cultivator. His greatest weapon were his own 2 fists. Now that the narcotic was a bust, a poison user like him was a sitting duck, fated to die at the crazed Zhuofan. That being the case, his best and only choice of action would be to run like hell. Ancestor Huang Mei gave a quick salute to the second prince and said without the slightest hesitation, Your Highness, may fate allow us to meet again, fare thee well. Oh, and don't forget, Your Highness still owes me 12 pills. Ancestor Huang Mei flicked his sleeve and ran like the yellow wind he was. Second prince stomped in anger. This old coot can't do a damn thing and still expects me to pay? I hate his type the most. He didn't get to curse though as the yellow wind slammed back into the yard. Hard. Ancestor Huang Mei was sprawled on the ground, blood leaking from his mouth. Next to him was Zhuofan's cold face, his red flashing right hand clutching the old man's neck. Humph, you mess with me and now you want to run? You think you can just get away with it? Zhuofan's eyes shone with savagery. Ancestor Huang Mei cried, Steward Zhua, spare me. Second prince made me. Pa. A resounding cuff over the old guy's face cut his whining short. Zhuofan snickered. We both know I'm no fool, so stop stating the obvious. While he is the culprit, you are his lackey. In both cases, no one's leaving this place alive. SSS. Gasping, Ancestor Huang Mei was overwhelmed by Zhuofan's capacity for cruelty, going so far as to kill any who wronged him. If he had known, he'd never have accepted the job even for 20 pills. As the black energy oozed out from Zhuofan and he noticed the naked bloodthirst in his eyes, Ancestor Huang Mei turned white as paper, including his eyebrows, as he begged, "Wait, Steward Zhua, don't kill me. Let me go and I'll do anything. Isn't your Luo clan newly promoted? You must be short on men. I am an 8th layer Radiant Stage expert. I can stand on your side, pledge my life to you." The black energy hovered for a second while Zhuofan was weighing the proposition. Ancestor Huang Mei's eyes lit up and he grasped at straws too late though, as Zhuofan shook his head and the black energy shot forth. "Sorry, we already have a poisoner, the Alchemy House's elder, Vicious Pill King. We don't need you." "Him? He's just a profound heaven cultivator, while I'm in the Radiant Stage." Ancestor Huang Mei cried. Zhuofan shook his head. "Ha ha ha, I've hand-picked every elder of the Luo clan myself. None of them will balk in the face of death. This is where you fall short." Zhuofan punctuated by having the black energy cover swallow Ancestor Huang Mei whole. Funny how he did the same thing Ancestor Huang Mei had done to him. The stark contrast was that the black energy was far deadlier. Everyone had a front row seat to Ancestor Huang Mei's miracle diet. He was thinning under the naked eye. Swallowed by the black mass, his face twisted every second. The diet only came to an end when his very being was reduced to absolutely nothing. Second Prince crumbled to the ground in horror. His Radiant Stage men were all shaking as well. Holding their lord as they made a slow crawl backwards, Zhuofan was only in the 3rd layer of profound heaven, yet, to everyone present, he was nothing short of Tianyu's #1 expert, a freak. With how even Ancestor Huang Mei was dust in the wind, how could they fare any better? Yun Shuang pursed her lips, watching the cold stone killer with fear. It was a first for her. To watch a man die through such means. Grandfather had told her that he was the vilest person to walk this earth, and she was there to set him straight. But they were chatting and laughing just a little while ago. He even jumped to her defense in her dire need. He looked nothing like an evil spawn, only now did she come face to face with Zhuofan's cruel and insidious nature. Clap. Zhuofan showed an evil grin seeing the empty space in front of him, then turned to the pretty boy and his gang, shaking like a leaf. The second prince turned guileless, acting like a bad boy who had gotten caught and huddling with his guards while waiting for punishment. Says Steward Zhua, "I know my mistake. I won't do it again, honest. Please let me go, just this once?" Second prince's voice quivered. Zhuofan got before him and snickered. "Next time? If there ever will be a next time, that old fart's death will look like a joy ride compared to yours. Got that? Why yeah." Second prince's teeth clattered as he bobbed his head. The guards kept mum. Despite the clear humiliation their lord was facing, what else could they do? They could fight the monster to their last breath, but would it do any good? Who'd be dumb enough to mess with this savage that not even the 7 houses dare to? Oh right, the second prince is one. They all were wailing inside, though neither criticized their lord out loud. Zhuofan saw him rooted in place and patted his cheek, warningly, "For your pretty boy face, I'll leave it at that." Second prince eased his breath, but Zhuofan kept on talking, "Though I won't go easy on you either. Leaving you with a little homework will do good for your character." Zhuofan's right hand flashed red and he smashed the ground. The savage's fist leveled Prince's home. Chapter 373, The Worst Evil. Chapter 373, The Worst Evil. Elite Coder. A red wave shot out from the point of impact. The sudden explosion blew the entire area it covered, pulverizing anything within 100 miles and sending the sand sky high. Second Prince's group was too out of it to notice the floating sand that had buried them the next second. All that they knew was gone in a wink. That included the 80-mile-wide residence of the second prince, as well as the surrounding buildings. In the aftermath of Zhuofan's fist, the entire imperial capital shook, reaching the brink of collapse. In the imperial palace's gardens, the emperor was having another round of chess with Sima Hui. Only this time, the emperor wasn't as peaceful. With all the players coming to the imperial capital, It had gotten even the Emperor to worry a large earthquake happened and flipped the chessboard. The Emperor shouted, "What is it now? Your Majesty, we only know that it came from the second prince's manor." A guard reported the Emperor was glum and snapped, "What has the old second done this time? Go find out." "Right away." The guard rushed away. Sima Hui paused, then cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, that wasn't just a small commotion. May I go check on the second prince? I fear for the worst." The Emperor waved him off with a sigh. Sima Hui bowed and shot to the skies at the Prime Minister's residence. A man in black was whispering in Zhuge Changfeng's ear. But the sudden rumbling broke all the pottery. Zhuge Changfeng stared for a moment, then mocked, "Humph, the young sure are bold. That little monster isn't easy to handle, even for me. Yet that lame-brained kid went and provoked him? Ha ha ha, that's a calf for you, ignorant and foolish. This lesson, I reckon, ought to be a cruel one." Zhuge Changfeng closed his eyes and a faint smile appeared. Meanwhile, at Hell Valley's residence in the imperial capital, Yuanshan and his elders were in a small room when the earth wobbled under their feet, though it never broke their calm. He finally acted and got crushed at last. Yuanshan sighed. They knew since long ago that the second prince wanted Zhuofan on his side. They weren't the second prince's first allied house for nothing. They even gave a stern reminder to that half-wit. Zhuofan was one tough customer, but they figured, did this obstinate twerp no good advice when he heard one? It would only work to incite him. So, these wise foggies shut the door in his face instead of being under the same heel of that savage, as the second prince was right now. Zhuofan's action was loud and clear for everyone. Yuanshan turned to Yuming. "This kid is too rash. Is cooperation still viable?" "We have no choice, not when all eyes are on Regent Estate. The fodder is always the first to fall, and that is what we will become if we stick too close to it. Of all the princes, the eldest prince is too shrewd to side with, and the third prince sloppy, leaving the second prince as the only viable pawn with some use. The choice was made for us." Yuming sighed. "We are at the crossroads." Hell Valley's posse sighed as well. How could we be so foolish to end up like this?" The other players also noticed the obvious flagrant disturbance. Fatty and Princess Yongning were gunning for the second prince's home when the earthquake struck, followed by a wave of sand. It pressed so heavy on them, they found it hard to even breathe. Once the sand settled, Princess Yongning blew it away with a gale. Imperial capital is a picturesque landscape. Where did all this sand come from? "I bet that brat had something to do with it." Paling, Fatty wiped his brow as he sped up while muttering, "I hope we're not too late. They say the kid is hellbent on toying with others. Hope he hasn't made his move yet." Princess Yongning asked, "Third brother, did you say something? If we are too late, we'll be seeing the second brother's corpse." "No, there might not even be a corpse left. For God's sake, what is wrong with the second brother to keep harassing that guy?" Fatty face-bombed. Princess Yongning was clueless. Aren't we going to save Zhuofan and Yun Shuang? Why is the second brother the one in danger? Humph, that freak never needed our help from the beginning. You think the second brother's thugs can hold him? Who knows what state the second brother will be in after Zhuofan's done with him. I sure hope there's still a breath left in there somewhere. The fatty shook his head and Yongning looked more than a bit puzzled. "You mean to tell me that Zhuofan is so amazing that even as a victim, he is the one wrecking second brother's home? And that he'd go as far as to kill a prince? Oh, Yongning, these matters are beyond what your pretty little head can comprehend. The world is filled with evil. But Zhuofan takes the cake, the worst evil of all. It's fine if you don't step on his toes, but once you do, God help you. There is no low he won't stoop to." The fatty sighed. "Do you know the Regent Estate's eldest young master? Do you know what a hero he was? Well, even he didn't get away, ending up being bitten to death by Zhuofan. From then on, the saying 'you can mess with the king of hell but never with Zhuofan' spread everywhere." Yongning blinked her putty eyes. Yet no matter how gruesome a picture Fatty painted, It only worked to incite her to figure Zhuofan out. I wonder, just who is this worst evil to make the whole world, even princes and regent estate, fear him? Her step quickened, to save second brother, sure, but more so to see with her own eyes the oddity called Zhuofan. The streets flashed by and the duo arrived in no time at the scene of the crime. But the scenery had them speechless. The grand second prince's mansion was nowhere to be found, replaced by sand and more sand. All the people stared around dumbfounded at the desert in the heart of the flourishing imperial capital. Two people were noticed in the vast sea of sand, Zhuofan and Shuang. The girl was even standing on a tile, as if to not mar her beauty. Nevertheless, the sudden change in scenery even had Shuang slack-jawed. It finally dawned on her. Steward Zhuo was not just evil, but a calamity. One whose very existence was to torment others. Shuang's eyes flashed with resolve as she stared at him. Ugh! Groans came from the guards as their heads popped out of the sand. They paled at the world of sand around them and shouted, "His Highness! Where is His Highness?" Zhuofan's first order of business was his trademark evil smile, and then strolling before a flat portion of sand. He shoved his hand in and pulled. His harvest, a pale human being, and not just any human, but the second prince himself, Yuan Yong. Just that the guy was in torn clothes and a retarded look painted on his face. Without the cocky attitude, he looked more like a refugee, shivering all over. Second prince. The guards shouted, but stopped the instant they saw Zhuofan's cold gaze. Zhuofan smiled, and shook the prince like a rag. "You want the throne, right? Hi, what a wonderful dream. See how I'll peel the respect off of you, flogging you on the streets of the imperial capital, and subjecting you to all humiliations imaginable. Such a prince can never get the throne, since he has no respect to speak of, unless he's the only successor." Zhuofan squinted, as if he was teaching. Second prince was shaking like a leaf, his head too. "And no, I beg you, please don't do this to me, or I can never remain a prince. Brother, please do me a solid and leave the second brother be." A simple laughter echoed. Zhuofan knew who he was, pinpointing the incoming wobbling ball of lard. "Ha, fatty, you sure are a worthy brother. I'm sure you know of my temper by now, yet this second brother of yours had the balls to kidnap me." Zhuofan finished with two resounding slaps on the second prince's face, so strong that he spat 2 teeth and blood. Then he resumed in his standard evil tone, "I merely want to tie him up and parade him in the streets. Besides, I'm only trying to help. Who knows what idiotic and retarded idea some other miscreant will come up with next to use against me. I am not a patient man and don't feel like dealing with each one of them." Fatty nodded. "Brother Zhuo, I see. The world is crawling with ignorant and reckless people, but he is my second brother. Please let him go. You already made an example of him, right? Ha. Yeah, you turned the second brother into looking like this, and leveled his house. Isn't that enough revenge?" Princess Yongning pouted, glaring at Zhuofan, yet she couldn't put her heart in it. She was even partial to Zhuofan. By speaking of revenge, she was justifying Zhuofan's actions. The fatty twitched and rolled his eyes. He knew Yongning didn't mean it, but still felt forlorn. "He is your second brother while you've only seen Zhuofan in passing a few times. What are you doing giving an outsider an excuse to trash your family? Have you finally got your eyes on someone?" Chapter 374, Fated Marriage. Chapter 374, Fated Marriage. Elite Coder. Looking at the fatty and Yongning, Zhuofan laughed. "Alright, I guess I can spare the kid for your sake. But get this straight, you two owe me one each, and sooner or later, you're going to pony up." Brother, we only have one second brother. Let him go and we will owe you a favor, of course, but what are you doing asking one from each of us?" The fatty's face darkened. Zhuofan's eyebrow rose as he chuckled. "It's not my fault that both of you asked me to let him go. That makes it 2 favors. When the time comes and I need you, you better own up." "Damn grubber. That was the unanimous thought on everyone's mind. But the more they looked at the second prince hanging by a thread in Juofan's claw, the more they had to nod. Juofan laughed and threw away his pawn. He went to Shuang and said to Fatty, "Let's stop here. When I need something, I'll be sure to drop by. See ya." And left with Shuang. Princess Yongning rushed to hold Shuang back. I and Shuang are practically sisters and wish to get together after not having seen each other for ages. I mean, Shuang must be shaking from that terrible fright, and as her sister, it is my duty to look after her. Third brother, you go on without me. Yongning, I am not really, Shuang explained, but Yongning shot him a look. Juofan snickered. Princess Yongning, Shuang is a profound heaven expert, while you are far below her. Why would she need you? Humph, how about this then? When a girl suffers a devastating trauma, it is irrelevant to one's cultivation. What do you men know? Yongning's eyebrows kept moving as he taunted Juofan. Fatty frowned. Yongning, that's enough. You think I can't tell what you're up to? You're trying to get out of being grounded. Even if you do go with Miss Shuang to perish, Imperial Father will have someone drag you back. Oh, Fatty, you're mistaken about something. Miss Shuang is coming to Prosperity Compound, to be with the Luo clan and not returning to perish. A what? The two jerked in shock, then looked at Shuang. She was the holy maiden of Perish, the next in line to be its clan head. Then why did the high priest send her off to someone else? Shuang's eyes reddened and she nodded. Grandfather had me become steward Zhuo's attendant and tend to his needs. A nanny? Needs? Smiley face. Nanny is the literal translation here. Loanword from Japanese, meaning what? Guess author tried making a funny. Fatty's eyes burned with a fire not even the second brother's plight could stir. Juofan, you vile beast. I used to think you were only 90% evil, but now I see that you're capable of stooping so low as to even force yourself on innocent maidens. Talk, how did you blackmail the high priest into making such a humiliating decision? Princess Yongning glared at Juofan and stopped in front of Shuang, whispering, Shuanger, don't worry. I won't let this vile demon lay his claws on you. Juofan glanced at the two and shrugged. Shuang was waving all over the place. Beat red. You've got it all wrong. It's not like that at all. Grandfather found Steward Zhuo too evil, and wanted me to guide him. That's why. Oh, I see. The two royalties saw the light at long last. Fatty only gave Juofan a long look and sighed. Miss Shuang, your clan strives for the betterment of the people, which I admire, but I must stress one important fact. This person, or whatever you want to call him, doesn't have just evil proclivities, but is pure undiluted evil, a demon. A wretched, revolting, vile spawn that even hell spat. Hey, wasn't I only 90% evil? How did I become pure evil? I haven't forced a lady in my entire life, now have I? Juofan rolled his eyes. Fatty mocked. What does that count? With your infamy, such an act is second nature to you. You've got a point there. Juofan nodded pensively. The girls giggled next to Juofan. When Juofan didn't flip out, he was quite a nice-ish human being. He didn't bother with the details, nor was pedantic. Quite refreshing compared to some gentlemen. One would go as far as to say that he was leagues above those self-righteous officials that, of course, applied to his time off of killing and unleashing mayhem. In any case, changing him is like moving mountains. Not getting corrupted yourself along the way is already a miracle. The Fatty sighed. Luo clan's young miss used to be so kind and polite. But now I hear she's been broken in, shrewd and cunning. All the more reason I should stay with Shuanger, to not let her be led astray. Yongning found a good excuse for once. Fatty shook his head. Do what you will. But don't think I'll take the blame when the Imperial Father hears about this. Yongning giggled and hugged Shuanger close. Even kissed her. Juofan didn't argue either, leaving with a salute to Fatty. As for Tubby, He had to stay behind to clean up all this mess and calm down the traumatized second prince, but the fatty did care for his sister. Not forgetting to give Xuefan some stern warnings, Xuefan took her with open arms, of course. Who knows, the apple of the emperor's eye might hold some use yet. In every moment of every hour, the only thing on Xuefan's mind was the grand scheme of things. Even while trashing the second prince, he still knew when to stop, as to not yet set the imperial family against him, but letting him off easy was out of the question as well. Each and every word he spoke to the second prince was beautifully woven in meanings beyond mere rebukes. Second prince knew now that he was not cut out for the throne. And in his moment of despair, Xuefan gave him a good nudge. Kill the rest, and you'll be the true successor. The imperial family was boiling on the inside, and all he had to do was to be a patient angler. In the tripartite plan, everyone wanted out of the deadlock, but neither wanted to stick their neck out. That only leaves forcing them to stick out. The emperor uplifted the Luo clan with the same purpose in mind. And Xuefan incited the second prince for the same thing. I'm only curious if Fatty figured it all out since he stopped me from giving further advice to the second prince. Not that it made a difference. The seed of a power play has already bloomed in the second prince's heart. Glancing at the dazed second prince laying on the sand, Xuefan showed a grin, then walked away with the girls. Fatty turned from Xuefan to his second brother and sighed. An hour later, Xuefan arrived at the Regent of Prosperity's compound. All of the Luo clan was in awe after his short explanation of the facts. Xuefan was out on a stroll to perish, yet returned with not just the great holy maiden, but a princess. Young miss, settle them in. I will be in seclusion for 3 days. Xuefan said to Luo Yunchang, and walked out back. Luo Yunchang nodded and took the guests to their rooms. On their way, she turned a hopeful gaze to Yun Shuang. Miss Shuanger, can you really read fate? N. Yun Shuang nodded, puzzled and sighed. Where is this young miss going with this? Does she also want to know if the Luo clan is fit for power? She couldn't be further from the truth. Luo Yunchang blushed as she said, Miss Shuanger, could you perhaps look into my fated marriage? Ah! Yun Shuang was stumped, then sighed. A girl's heart sure isn't like a man's. She smiled, of course. Luo Yunchang laughed. Please tell me when my wedding will come. Yun Shuang nodded and her eyes turned into sucking abysses. Once she returned from her reading, Odd, your wedding should have long passed. It's not necessarily bad, but I find that it was broken at some point in time. Maybe. Her eyes shone for a second, then she shook her head. Forgive me, but I cannot see your wedding. Why? Luo Yunchang cried. Yun Shuang sighed. Because of Steward Zhuo. Your wedding should have been 8 years ago. But Steward Zhuo, who is outside fate, changed your fated marriage. This drove your current fate into chaos, and I can no longer see it. You mean he broke my fated wedding? That makes him responsible, right? Luo Yunchang's eyes shined in glee. Yun Shuang was startled, then nodded. Ostensibly he is of some fault. Great. Thanks, Miss Yun Shuang. Luo Yunchang had never been happier. Yun Shuang was clueless. Yongning at the side, shook her head and said, Shuanger, what about mine? Meanwhile, in a dark, damp cell, a grizzled and bloody old man was nailed to a pole. His shoulder blades had been run through, he was robbed of his cultivation, and was on his last breath. He was the parish's high priest, Yun Xuanji. He was surrounded by shadows. High priest, you crossed the line. An aged and familiar voice came from behind the veil. The high priest gave a weak laugh. Yun clan has always strived for the people. We've never crossed it, unlike you. Did you talk about it to anyone, including Xuefan? The voice turned cold. The high priest shook his head. That matter is too dangerous and can't be spread. I will never harm the common man. Well done. Whoosh! A chain flew from behind the veil and into the high priest's heart. The high priest shuddered and his head slumped. Ha ha ha, since he didn't talk, the game is still on. The cold and sinister laugh came again. Chapter 375 Ill Tidings. Chapter 375 Ill Tidings. Elite Coder. In a 100-square-meter stone room, Zhuofan nodded after looking around. Although not as huge as the second prince's compound, the Regent of Prosperity's compound had everything. Not a bad cultivating room. He set up a body refinement array on the floor, and took out the Abyss Phantom Butterfly's wings instead of turning it into a flying demonic treasure. He had gotten so used to having wings that Zhuofan found it a better choice to have them stick on his back. Tracing his hand over the 20-meter-long blue wings, Zhuofan sighed and grinned. He was mighty pleased when the Crown Prince came bearing this gift. Staring at the dazzling light show from below and feeling the coolness from the array, Zhuofan's hand moved through the gestures. Along with a flash of lightning, the wings slowly melted into the array. Zhuofan trembled, having since refined the Qilin leg. Doing the same with a mere 7th-level spiritual beast's wings was a cinch. Even the shattering of his bones got no reaction out of him. Zhuofan sat in the array for 3 days, with eyes closed, uncaring for the outside matters. All this time the array worked its magic in reconstructing his body in every which way, but it always returned to his original form. In the end, Zhuofan opened his eyes and stood up. His back writhed and spectral wings unfolded, releasing a charming and enrapturing aura. With a flap, a gale took the room by the storm. It was then that the shades of blue shone all over and wrapped around Zhuofan, as if he was walking among blue sunshine. Zhuofan knew his body best. If there was any expert near him, the glow would have sent him to dreamland. It all depends on one's soul's strength, but the least it can do is buy me a moment. Thus, this third-layer profound heaven stage cultivator with his new 7th-level spiritual beast wings, not only had his speed bolstered, but that blue glow around him made for a natural defense. It was a neat trick, good in offense and defense. Independent of his actions, Zhuofan laughed in pride. With a twitch of his brows, the wings withdrew and he walked outside. His mood soured, though, when his right eye stung. With a hum, a blue glare shot from his eye and 3 golden halos flashed within it. Divine Eye of the Void, 3rd stage. Zhuofan was stunned and then laughed again. By sheer luck, his refining actually upgraded his Divine Eye of the Void. When he thought about the 3rd stage's skill, he knew why. It was because of resonance. Taking a different path towards the same goal, it would have taken him far longer otherwise, but since he got it already, he wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. He got stronger, didn't he? He could finally put up a fight against an ethereal stage expert that had his blood boiling, briskly walking outside. He was on the lookout for a good sparring partner to test the 3rd stage on. Rumbling, he creaked the stone door open, and the glaring sun's rays along with the fresh air lightened his mood. Now, who'll fight me? Zhuofan roared before he got to play hide and seek with Li Jingtian and his other elders. Graceful curves approached, nudging him to be quiet. Steward Zhua, all evil begins with violence. Please exercise restraint. Zhuofan was stunned. He turned around to see Shuang there. Excessive is all I know. And how did you know I was coming out of seclusion? Zhuofan frowned. Did your eyes reveal it to you? Be that as it may, they can't see you. I've been waiting here all this time for you to come out. With a smile, Shuang struck the image of a fairy as she handed him a towel. Here, freshen up after your toil, and let it brighten your day. Hold up, what are you up to? Zhuofan came to midwipe. Shuang's sweet smile came along with her genial tone. I am your attendant. It's in my job description. And I do need to guide you towards good. To do that I will have to keep you happy all day, every day. Lest emotions run amok, and you'll turn evil again. I also got you this. Shuang took out a booklet. Zhuofan read the title, 3-character classic. Smiley face, a text written in the 13th century to help kids learn the language. Made up of 3-character verses, easy to read and learn, i.e. kiddie stuff. It's for children. Zhuofan blinked at Shuang in daze. Shuang nodded with a smile. People at birth are naturally good. It'll do good for your spirit. Try it. I won't read a god-damned word. I've roamed the world for too many years to have any use for a bint's teachings. Zhuofan slammed the book on the pavement and shoved his finger in her face. Miss Shuang, I didn't ask you to be a servant, nor a tutor to right my wrong ways. I only need you to read the heavens and tell me the future. All you have to do is tell me what the other players are doing and I can take it from there in figuring out their plans. With your eyes and my smarts, we will have control over everything. That's your role. Yun Shuang gave him a long look. Her smile deflated and she picked up the book in sadness. Zhuofan shrugged and asked like nothing happened, Now, what have the factions been up to these days? I didn't look. Yun Shuang pouted, then stomped away. To save the people, you must have a righteous heart. Until you're re-educated, I won't even peek. You! Zhuofan gnashed his teeth and spat. Then what are you still doing here if you aren't looking? I'm taking you back. We're going to Yun Xuanji and having him look. Zhuofan pulled her outside. Yun Shuang was so distressed, tears welled up in her eyes. Dragged around, her feet left deep marks in the ground. Luo Yunchang and the princess were chatting merrily when they saw them whiz by and caught up in distress. What's going on? Luo Yunchang only had to see Shuang in tears to know. Zhuofan must have shown his evil side again. Zhuofan did the same thing back then, at the foot of Blackwind Mountain. Though these crass and harsh outbursts had tended to die down over the years of spending time around his clansmen, while to outsiders he had no restraint whatsoever, the vilest of the vile Yun Shuang hadn't been around him long enough to see this side. Anyone who'd witnessed one of his rage episodes would be just as frightened. Shielding Shuang, Luo Yunchang glared at Zhuofan. Steward Zhua, what did Shuang do for you to scare her like this? Yeah, Shuang is so kind, doing everything you ask of her. You must be at fault here to pick on our Shuang. Princess Yongning puffed out her chest, hugging Yun Shuang close. Apologize this instant, or I'm telling Imperial Father. Zhuofan looked at the three of them and sighed. It hasn't been that long, and these girls are already a clique. Shaking his head, Zhuofan took a long breath to cool his jets. Princess Yongning, are you going to His Majesty to get me punished? Tell me then, has the second prince's matter settled? Of course. But that is all because of the third brother asking you to take it as the second brother's fault. The Imperial Father wouldn't have wasted words with you and would have had you. The princess looked mighty pleased. Zhuofan snickered inside. Fatty's request was only to save the Emperor's hide. In the current state of things, where all factions were at a stalemate, if the Imperial family moved against the Luo clan, Regent Estate would be celebrating. It was waiting for the Luo clan and the Imperial family to fight so it could deal with them both in one fell swoop. The Imperial family wasn't about to blow all pretense for a mere second prince only to suffer in the end. Zhuofan was sure of it. Only this ignorant princess was still delusional, thinking that the Emperor was the number one in the world. Zhuofan turned to Yun Shuang. Having vented his earlier rage, turned serious. Miss Shuang, when your grandfather put you in my care, he said many things. But one thing he did stress, that you are useful. If you can't help me, what reason do I have for keeping you? Our clan doesn't need two bickering matrons. Luo Yunchang's eyes went red and she glared at him, yet positively giddy inside. The bickering matron he was referring to just now had to be her, whether unintended by the speaker, or by the listener's delusions. For Zhuofan, who was the steward, to say matron, she took it as if it was more than that. Smiley face, it's a pun. Is steward and lit? Means steward's wife, but also busybody housekeeper. When Luo Yunchang looked at Zhuofan, her gaze drifted and her heart fluttered. Zhuofan, though, only had eyes for Yun Shuang, waiting for an answer. Yun Shuang broke out of the princess's and Luo Yunchang's hug, then stormed out of the door. Zhuofan sighed. This works out just as well. With Yun clan neutral, he didn't fear that Holy Maiden would end up in another faction. Yun Shuang opened the door and bumped into an 8-year-old child, throwing him to the ground. Yun Shuang cried, Xiao Dongzi, what are you doing here? Sister Shuang. Xiao Dongzi sobbed, Grandfather is dead. A what? Yun Shuang seized and paled. The calm Zhuofan also froze, and then an incredulous look appeared on his face. Someone killed 4 Pillars High Priest, demigod Yun Xuanji? Who dares commit such an outrageous crime in the heart of the Empire? Chapter 376, Sealed Capital. Chapter 376, Sealed Capital. Elite Coder. Yun Shuang refused to believe it. She was stiff for a minute and then bolted for Parish. Call the elders. We're going as well. Zhuofan shouted. Luo Yunchang nodded and called them. Li Jingtian and the power couple arrived. They were around the young miss and princess, protecting them as they went along to Parish. At the Parish, Xiao Dongzi took them to where Yun Xuanji received guests, but what they saw inside had everyone stunned. Yun Xuanji was still in his seat, but covered in blood. He was clearly more than a little roughed up. His eyes gouged and his head slumped. Grandfather. Yun Shuang held the body and cried. Luo Yunchang and the princess were taken in by sadness, going to her to soothe her pain, having lost her father as well. Luo Yunchang could relate with Shuanger's pain. Her eyes grew red and tears soon fell. Zhuofan watched it all with a critical eye, turning to Li Jingtian. What do you guys make of this? The Yun clan has stood for 1,000 years in Tianyu. Always neutral and respected. Not to mention, it is the 3rd pillar. Just who could have done this at such a crucial time? Li Jingtian frowned. Xiao Yanhai nodded as well. He's been reduced to such a state, yet everything around him lies undisturbed and clean. That means he was brought here dead. Moreover, were his eyes scooped up because of their ability to see fate? If it were just for the eyes, Yun clan would have long since been kidnapped in the past 1,000 years. The death of Yun Xuanji is for a different reason. And since he died, the killer took his eyes while he was at it to do a little research. Gasping, Zhuofan spoke with calm, but his mind replayed his encounter with Yun Xuanji. He found Yun Xuanji's tone odd at the time. The way he gave his granddaughter away felt less like gaining a helper rather than fulfilling the old man's will. Did he see his end coming? Zhuofan squinted as his thoughts wandered. Luo Yunchang said, You're all experts. After all this talking, have you found who killed Shuanger's grandfather or not? Yun Shuang's sobbing stopped and her ears sharpened. Princess looked interested as well. The imperial capital is in troubled waters right now. Who knows who did it? Zhuofan shrugged. What matters now is finding a safe place for the Yun clan. Now I know why Yun Xuanji gave me Shuanger. It was his final wish, having foreseen his own death. It's all my fault. With grandfather always doing the reading, I never tried doing it on him. If only I'd been more aware. Yun Shuang's tears resumed from pain. The 2 girls rushed to console her. Zhuofan smiled. Don't blame yourself. Your grandfather did it with this in mind. For his principles, the high priest knew he was at his end and chose to go like this. I truly admire his resolve and righteousness. To honor him, I will not only look after you, but your clan as well. Young miss, what do you say? Of course. Luo Yunchang nodded with resolve. Yun Shuang wiped her tears, moved by her new sister's kindness. Then she said to Zhuofan, Forgive me, Steward Zhuo. I always took you for a demon, but you aren't even a bad man. Thank you. It's fine. I'm quite the baddie sometimes, you know. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan had a vague smile. With the imperial capital in unrest and the Yun clan without a leader, it will become the pawn of every player in pursuit for power. I propose that we move the Yun clan to Blackwind Mountain. There, they will be safe. What do you think? It's great, but Yun clan has thousands of people. Moving them all will require His Majesty's approval. Yun Shuang muttered. Zhuofan gave an evil grin. Fret not. Have you forgotten who I am? I am the best steward beneath heavens. Leave it to me. He handed Li Jingtian the cape that the emperor gave him. Elderly, take this and leave with the Yun clan as quickly as possible. You 3 will look after them. Once outside the imperial capital, send someone to report what has happened to the imperial palace. Understood. Li Jingtian nodded and bowed, but used silent transmission when he noticed Zhuofan's look. Steward Zhuo, when did you become a saint? It's not your style. Or did you suddenly take a liking to that miss? Stuff it. I'm not that dirty-minded. Snorting, Zhuofan sent back. Ignore what happens around you and you'll soon be knee-deep in trouble. Every generation of the Yun clan has had a person that can read fate. With them in dire straits, it is the best chance to use them. You can't even see something that obvious? Li Jingtian got it at last and gave Zhuofan a sneaky thumbs up. Steward Zhuo, you're stupendous. You're reaping rewards from the hard work of others. Cut the crapola. They're here to take the heat while we reap the fields. If the mastermind knew all his effort was in our favor, he'd probably have blown a gasket or two. Zhuofan snickered. Li Jingtian said, Steward Zhuo, then you know who. Can't say. But this game sure is fun. Zhuofan's eyes shone. Li Jingtian nodded and obeyed. With Yun Shuang as the clan head successor, she was most important. With her explanation, Yun clan accepted the transition, now marching for the Luo clan's domain at the city gates. The guards were about to stop the mass of people, but Li Jingtian unfolded the best steward beneath heaven's cape, shutting them up. Everyone knew by now that the Luo clan had Zhuofan as the best steward beneath heavens, who was of immense power. He moved the armies and governed the nation's affairs. A man such as him was not to be stepped on by a bunch of guards. Hence, under the three elders' escort, Yun clan left the imperial capital. 10 miles out, they had someone report to the emperor, High Priest is dead? The emperor slapped the armrest of his throne, then slumped in it as tears flowed. High Priest, you've helped me and the people so much. How now that you left, who will help me? Who will show me the way? Your Majesty, please restrain your grief. The death of the High Priest affects the entire nation. I vow to find the killer and bring him to justice. Delegation cupped his hands. He was in pain just as well. The High Priest was the one to recommend him to the Emperor. But in a time like this, he still kept the attitude of an upright Marshal. Sima Hui advised, Your Majesty, Marshal Dugu is right. We need to find the culprit. For the third pillar, High Priest, to die in our own backyard, this is a grave insult to our empire. It must be one of those factions. Your Majesty should summon and reprimand them. That's right. I have put up with those deceitful scoundrels for too long. They've gone too far. The Emperor shouted, Delegation, seal the city. No one gets in or out. Call for the 8 noble houses, Zhuge Chongfeng and Yun clan survivors. I will question them personally. Understood. Delegation bowed and rushed outside. The imperial capital was abuzz. The army moved like lightning in sealing the gates. The small-time merchants were clueless as to the reason and closed up shop as well. Within minutes, there was not a trace of people on the main street. It had turned into a haunted city. Zhuofan and his people waited in the Yun clan, looking after the body. Hearing the disturbance outside, Zhuofan grinned, music to my ears. Humph, you just want the world to burn. Yoning scoffed. Zhuofan nodded with a winsome smile. True, that's just who I am. How else do you expect me to use my bag full of tricks? And now it's only rowdy, not a complete stalemate. Zhuofan's gaze was sharp and deep. Meanwhile, on Regent Estate's side, despite the hubbub outside, Huangpu Tianyuan, Leng Wuchang and the elders sat quite casually in their seats in their hall. The door burst open and Dugulin in heavy armor stomped over. He cupped his hands. Estate Lord, by His Majesty's decree, please come to the Imperial Palace. What is it this time? Why all the commotion? Opening his lazy eyes, Huangpu Tianyuan said. Dugulin's reply was cold. High Priest, Yun Xuanji, was killed. His Majesty is tracking down the culprit. The High Priest is dead. All the calm left Huangpu Tianyuan, and even Ling Wuchang found it hard to believe. The news spread like wildfire through the clans, everyone beset with the same reaction. Among the cries of shock, there were many doubts as well. Who in this land dares to strike down the High Priest? Chapter 377 Court Debacle. Chapter 377 Court Debacle. Elite Coder. In the expansive palace, the emperor sat on his throne with a hard stare cast below Zhuofan. Huangpu Tianyuan and the house lords were on the left side, while Dugu Zhantian, Zhuge Chongfeng and other officials were on the right. In the middle of the court lay the body of High Priest Yun Shuangji. Next to the body was his charming and sobbing granddaughter. Yun Shuang. The 8 houses sighed at this loss, along with every official. The emperor eyed every single one of them before snapping. To lay a hand on Tianyu's high priest is to think of oneself above the law, a taunt to the empire. Every one of you here is a person of renown in your respective field, all vying for power. What do all of you make of the high priest's death? Your Majesty, high priest seldom left his home and lived a dull life. Parish has few guards as well, being a peak profound heaven expert himself. The suspect could only be someone extraordinary, since it required power to kill him. And to move in and out without a sound, that would make the suspect someone with great sway within the empire. Dugu Zhantian bowed before the emperor and concluded his analysis, making sure to flick a cold gaze towards the left side. At the end of his speech, Leng Wuchang caught it and snorted. Marshal Dugu's vague explanation clearly projects the blame on the 8 houses. But have you forgotten? Besides the 8 houses, Tianyu has another strong power, the 4 pillars. Especially the first 2-inch. What did you say? Dugu Zhantian flared. Leng Wuchang, are you accusing me of something? Humph, I've always been above board, upright and honest. I would never repay the high priest's kindness with such a vile act. Leng Wuchang flapped his fan open. Old Marshal, take it easy. I wasn't talking about you. It was a mere reminder to expand the list of suspects, to include everyone, lest the suspect slips away. Humph, in any case, I had nothing to do with the high priest's demise. I vow on my army's name. Only the culprit knows who he is, but I will be damn sure to wring him out. Dugu Zhantian roared at the heavens. Leng Wuchang merely shook his head in disdain. The old guy is good at fighting, but he's dumb as a post when it comes to politics. He'll never find the killer in his life. Though this affair has gathered many big players, and has a high potential of breaking the stalemate, it's as if an unseen hand moved everyone here from the shadows. The feeling is most unsettling. Leng Wuchang frowned in Zhuofan's direction, but what he saw was a tranquil and omniscient face. The emperor looked at their reaction and said, "Only an extraordinary person could have done this, that much is true. However, that does not give enough credence to make everyone here a suspect. Then, Holy Maiden, may I ask, who was the last person to see the high priest alive?" Yun Shuang's eyes drifted to Zhuofan and she continued after his nod. "Your Majesty, it was the Luo clan steward, Zhuofan. SSS. The hall was filled with gasps and all eyes turned to him. The emperor had just named him to be the best steward beneath heavens, and now, he was involved in high priest's murder. What validated him more as a suspect was Dugu Zhantian's analysis. This brash kid has run amok even in the imperial capital. Who hadn't heard of Zhuofan's handiwork? Wherever he went, he left chaos in his wake. He feared nothing and killed anyone that even looked at him funny. A demon archon, did he kill the high priest after a dispute? Funnily enough, everyone believed it. But to go as far as to kill the high priest, painted a target on his back, making him the public enemy number 1. All their gazes turned morose. The emperor demanded, "Was it you, Zhuofan?" "Was what me?" Zhuofan furrowed an eyebrow and smiled. "If your Majesty is referring to the last person to visit High Priest, then yes, that would be me, mostly. But if we were to jump to conclusions and state that the High Priest's killer and his last visitor were the same, that would be ill-advised. And how are you going to prove your innocence?" The emperor stared at him with a smirk. Zhuofan shrugged. "Easy, I have a rock-solid alibi. Me and the high priest got along so well together that he saw me out and even gave me Miss Shuang. Ever since I left the parish, I was always with Miss Shuang. She is my first witness. Next would be the second prince, since he kidnapped us. And then he asked Miss Shuang if he had the right. Fine, I get it. You're absolved. With a wave, Zhuofan's voice drifted off and the emperor clenched his jaw in hatred. Zhuofan was clearly hanging the second prince's matter over his head. If the emperor let that matter come out, he'd be in even more of a mess than his thoughts drifted to his second son, asking Holy Maiden to ascertain his right to rule and his claim on the throne. But how could he let Zhuofan say that? With Zhuofan's cunning nature, he was sure Zhuofan would drag his son down with him, dragging the entire imperial family in these muddy waters. They would not only lose initiative, but it would be a miracle if they could wash this shame. The emperor wished he could snap his second son's neck. You just had to do that now? Glaring at Zhuofan, the emperor nodded. Steward Zhuo, wise and brave, honest and upright. It is highly unlikely for you to have done this savage act. Zhuofan beamed back a calm smile. Zhuge Changfeng and Ling Wuchang snickered inside. The two were aware of the second prince's fiasco, all right, although not entirely. But Zhuofan, who was involved as a victim, had no qualms in pushing the emperor's buttons. The emperor is losing what little grip he has on the Luo clan. However, Zhuofan, was there anyone else in the parish before you left? Since Luo clan gave him the slip, the emperor moved to the next best thing. Regent Estate. Zhuofan nodded. He was quite blunt about it too. Estate Lord Huangpu Tianyuan and Sir Ling were guests there. And let me tell you, they weren't very friendly either. Huangpu Tianyuan and Ling Wuchang's faces sank. They were clear of their innocence, but feared Zhuofan and the emperor would join hands in dragging them in. The emperor lit up. The scamp finally got on point for once. He didn't get to enjoy barking at them though, not while Zhuofan said, but after only raising their voices a bit, they left. At the door, they bumped into me, where they raised their voices at me for a time. Irrelevant. The emperor dissed him, but Zhuge Changfeng had a faint smile, raising his hand. No, your majesty, it is very crucial. Regent Estate is cleared of charges as well. How? The emperor shuddered. Zhuge Changfeng continued. Your majesty, consider this. The two were furious yet didn't strike the high priest even when oblivious to the fact that there was someone outside. To not attack at that time, thinking they're alone, it goes on to show that they never wanted him dead. They are ruled out. That's a fairly good point. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, putting on the most innocent look he could muster. Zhuge Changfeng chuckled at his reaction. The emperor's eyebrows jumped in rage. He was livid. Try as he might, he couldn't find anything in his investigation to tie the rest of the people there to the case. He finished with telling them not to leave town. Zhuofan was walking outside when Ling Wuchang left Huangpu Tianyuan behind and approached with cupped hands. Steward Zhuo, we may be enemies, but thank you for that. Zhuofan grinned at his meaning and deadpanned. We are enemies, yes, but we also need to coexist. Besides, I didn't do it for you. I know that, but one needs to give thanks when it's due, Steward Zhuo. Ha ha ha, since when have you two been so close? As Ling Wuchang bowed, a cheerful laughter announced the coming of Zhuge Changfeng. Oh, Prime Minister Zhuge, thank you as well. It's nothing. Steward Zhuo guided me. Zhuge Changfeng smiled. I picked up on Steward Zhuo's intention of helping the Regent Estate when he recounted what happened at Parish and thought of lending Luo clan a hand. His Majesty's plan would have worked otherwise. Indeed, the Emperor is using the High Priest's death to summon the clans, an excuse to deal with the Luo clan and Regent Estate. Our houses may be strong, but the Emperor took this chance to use the power of the court and to eradicate us both. This sudden development could have been the end of us. Zhuofan squinted. Even with Luo clan in the clear and the Regent Estate becoming the patsy for murder, the Emperor would have charged us to annihilate you, pitting us against each other. It drew every bit of power from the best steward beneath heaven's title the Emperor bestowed upon me. I can't just bear the title and shirk responsibility now, can I? Ha ha ha, Steward Zhuo is sharp as a tack. able to analyze the bigger picture with a glance. I approve. Zhuge Changfeng cupped his hands. Ling Wuchang sighed with a nod. If we three pool our minds, no one could touch us, not even the Emperor. What a shame. There's nothing to feel sorry about. With how lonely it is at the top, it'd be boring. Zhuofan grinned. Zhuge Changfeng and Ling Wuchang laughed, lamenting about the ill circumstances they met in. Interest made them enemies, but that didn't stop respect from forming. And now that they had worked together like clockwork to fight off the court, they felt like old friends. How often did one find a person after his own heart? What do you guys think? Who killed the high priest in the end? Zhuge Changfeng asked. Zhuofan and Ling Wuchang exchanged a smile. Do you need to ask? It all became clear the instant the Emperor asked me who else had been at Paris. When everything is said and done, the imperial capital is still in the hands of the imperial family. The others saw the wisdom in his words and nodded, their hearts clear of all doubts. Chapter 378 Shadows Descend. Chapter 378 Shadows Descend. Elite Coder. The fourth pillar, Shadow Guard's Captain Shadow King, answers directly to His Majesty. He may even be around us right now. Zhuge Changfeng's eyes shone. Zhuofan and Ling Wuchang nodded. Zhuofan had heard of this Shadow King. Unlike the first three pillars, the fourth was very secretive and never left a trace. Secretive to the point that only the Emperor in all of Tianyu knew his face. Coming and leaving like a shade, worthy of being called just that, Steward Zhua. A charming voice caught Zhuofan's attention. Yun Shuang rushed towards him in worry as she pleaded, Xiao Dongzi and the others are in danger. Please save them. Zhuofan knew that she was talking about her clan on its way to Blackwind Mountain. But how did she know they're in danger? Yun Shuang answered his thoughts, intuition. Holy Maiden can read fate, so her intuitions must be true. Zhuge Changfeng nodded. Zhuofan sighed, then I'll go take a look outside the imperial capital. Gents, please see that Miss Shuang arrives at the Luo clan safely. Ha ha ha, nothing to worry about. Ling Wuchang and Zhuge Changfeng smiled. Ling Wuchang frowned though. Is Steward Zhua going to fight his way out of the sealed imperial capital? Ha ha ha, you're quite shrewd. I'm not that stupid to give the Emperor an excuse. Laughing, Zhuofan's right eye flashed golden and he poofed out of existence. Ling Wuchang praised. Zhuofan is a true freak with freaky skills to boot. If he wants to leave town, no one will know. Ha ha ha, so true. How else would you have suffered at his tricks? Zhuge Changfeng nodded. Ling Wuchang flushed. He gave Huangpu Tianyuan a word, then fulfilled his promise of escorting Yun Shuang to the Luo clan with Zhuge Changfeng. While he was at it, he made sure to investigate the Yun clan and Luo clan's ties. He learnt that the high priest left Yun Shuang in Zhuofan's care, to even assist him. Ling Wuchang and Zhuge Changfeng shared a look and realized the high priest's cause of death. He crossed the line. What still eluded them though was why the high priest was willing to give his life for the Luo clan. Oh, we're here. Thank you so much for escorting me. Yun Shuang bowed deeply. The two returned the gesture, then Ling Wuchang asked, Miss Yun Shuang, what will you be doing with the high priest's body? Oh, as gratitude for His Majesty's favor, grandfather will be laid to rest in the imperial cemetery. Yun Shuang spoke, subdued. Ling Wuchang sighed, as it should be, although will the high priest ever rest knowing his enemy will pose at his funeral all to look good in front of the people? What? Yun Shuang shuddered. Sir Ling, what did you say? Oh, did I speak out too loud? Ha ha ha, sorry. I was only mumbling to myself. Just take it as if it never happened. Ling Wuchang played the fool. Yun Shuang frowned. There's no way. I clearly heard you say enemy. Do you know who killed my grandfather? Please tell me. Yun Shuang looked at him in tears, holding Ling Wuchang's arm. Ling Wuchang gave her a long look, but removed her hands with a sigh. Forgive me, but I know nothing. It's best if you ask Steward Zhua. Ling Wuchang turned away, yet glee danced in his and Zhuge Changfeng's eyes when they met, leaving with one final bow. Yun Shuang just stood there dazed, muttering to herself, asked Steward Zhua. Does he know who killed grandfather? After Leng Wuchang caught up, Zhuge Changfeng shook his head. Sir Leng, that wasn't very nice of you. Zhuafan helped you in the court, yet now you are leaving him with a headache. With the Yun clan and Luo clan's close relationship, if Yun clan causes trouble, Luo clan will be dragged into it. Ha ha ha, oh please, Prime Minister Zhuge. Didn't Zhuafan say we're only saving our own skin? And we're still enemies, aren't we? I'm sure he would have done the same thing if he were me. With how everything's a stalemate, there will be someone who will stir the water, no matter how much neither of us wants to be the one in the limelight. And since someone has stirred up the pot, we all have much to look forward to, don't we? Zhuge Changfeng's eyes shone with joy as well. Meanwhile, 20 miles out of the imperial capital, a throng of thousands of people was marching towards Wingate City. Li Jingtian and the power couple were hovering above, ensuring their safety among the cooling breeze and the sun glaring through the mountains. This trip felt like a scenic route. It was then that the wind came down fast and hard, stirring the bird. The entire sky turned black in seconds. Then came the wails, grating at people's minds. Humph, they're finally here. Li Jingtian snickered and his knuckles cracked, his eyes shining in excitement. A martial fanatic would start feeling moody if he didn't get his daily dose of brawl. Qiu Yanhai and Xue Qingjian showed a wide grin as well. Fire and ice spread as they looked up at the encroaching darkness. Wu. The howling of ghosts announced the incoming black figures descending in droves. They all wore black armor and black helmets that hid their faces. Only the thin slits in those helmets showed heavy gazes, the only sight in this world of black and shuddering cold. They were not human, but closer to Asuras from hell, with each of them wielding a half-a-meter-long curved blade. The image of demons was further engraved in the hearts of men. Swallowing dryly, the mass of people fell back. Although they had the numbers, these hundreds of black men released such an icy chill that it crumbled any notion of resistance. Li Jingtian frowned. These profound heaven experts aren't normal. They're about to act. Be careful. TCH, what can some weirdo profound heaven experts do? I refuse to believe there is a second freak like Zhuafan on this earth. Xue Qingjian snickered and shot forth. Qiu Yanhai was right behind her. Only Li Jingtian just stood there, affixed on these interlopers' movements. Look out, it's the Luo clan's ice and fire lords. The calm voice turned everyone in black armor serious. They held their curved blades ready, the blue glint on their tips indicating poison. On top of being a fourth-grade spiritual weapon, of course not that Xue Qingjian had a mind to care. With a laugh, she shot a white ray from her handbang. Dozens of black men were encased in one huge iceberg then and there, and the subsequent explosion made sure only pieces of them were left. The black army fell back 2 steps, making Xue Qingjian laugh harder. What did I tell you? They're only profound heaven. They're not worth a single blow. Qiu Yanhai laughed as well, sucking up to his bossy lass. Ladies' gaze is so sharp, seeing their bluff with one look. Unlike that scaredy cat old Li, less than even a woman. He shot a fire dragon, resulting in an explosion that turned another batch of dozen black guys to ashes. Xue Qingjian covered up her sweet and charming giggle. Yun clan eased up, knowing their safety was in the hands of 3 bodyguards. They will safeguard their journey to their new haven. Li Jingtian twitched, ticked off by the happy couple, yet he just couldn't shake the feeling that these black guys were not the pushovers like they looked. In confirmation to his suspicions, the black guys watched their own teammates fall like flies, yet all they did was to be on guard as endless crackling commenced. The 3 elders watched in horror as the bloody pieces of bodies Xue Qingjian blew up shook with a sinister energy signature. The pieces let out a black smoke, each black mass forming a humanoid shadow. The shadows reassembled as each of them picked up their curved blade. And just like when they arrived, they released the same creepy snicker. Chapter 379, Mad Dipper's Showcase of Power. Chapter 379, Mad Dipper's Showcase of Power. Hi. Luo clan's ice and fire lords are nothing to look at either. The shadows let out ghastly laughter while the other black men looked on from a distance. Qiu Yanhai and Xue Qingjian were startled, yet being unable to accept the situation, charged at them for another attack. It was utterly ridiculous how some profound heaven cultivators were mocking 2 8th-layer radiant stage experts. Ice and fire surged once more towards the shadows, but it merely phased through them and made a loud bang far behind them. Those shadows weren't even real to begin with. The two jerked back, to which the shadows cackled louder and sharper. With the blow of an eerie wind, it was now the shadows' turn to go on the offensive with their glinting curved blades. Boom! The duo sent blows all this time, but not even one was of use. They couldn't lay a finger on them. As the shadows drew closer, they shot silver lights at them, forcing the tense couple back. A moment of carelessness was enough for one of the lights to land, dissolving their clothes. It was this close to poisoning their bodies too that only got the two of them even more frightened. And while they were pulling back, the shadows grew cocky with laughter and movements. Qiu Yanhai and Xue Qingjian grew grave, unable to block the shadows' advance. And there were still many more of those black men glaring over as well. Li Jingtian watched it all with a cold, trembling eye. Their cultivation method is like those pygmies' unity tactic, but not quite. The 4 scheming demons, every move matched flawlessly, in tune with each other, while these guys fought by themselves. There was no mystical art behind it to allow them to phase in and out of reality either. It ought to have the same weakness either way. Li Jingtian's eyes flashed with resolve. The power couple had had enough, by the looks of it. Xue Qingjian cursed back, "Old Li, what are you standing around for? Do something." "Ah!" Xue Qingjian cried, getting scared by a curved blade flying at her neck. Qiu Yanhai was distressed, yet he was blocked by 6 shadows himself. All he could do was watch his dear wife get skewered. Li Jingtian roared, "They have no bodies. Use soul attacks." The couple woke up to this obvious truth. Of course. We're radiant stage experts, while they're only in the profound heaven stage. Killing with intent may not do them in, on account of their strong souls, but it should give them a pause. 2 hums later, a pulse flashed past Bam. Like a tidal wave, it flung the black men dozens of meters back. The effect perked up the two. They were finally getting somewhere with removing these creepy guys. But it also stunned them as to how these profound heaven shadows had such strong souls. The duo's powerful souls were unable to even make them pause, and only pushed them back. Nevertheless, they could see a solution to their headaches, restoring their calm while they were calm. The enemy was deadly calm as well, not one bit fazed about the fact that their weakness had just been found out. Fall in. From among the calm black observers, one aged and hoarse voice came. The cackling shadows gathered together as they linked. They formed a giant net, floating in the sky as more of them joined. Their soul power surged. Squinting, the couple turned grave as they stepped backward. They had felt it too. The shadows' combined soul power had reached the radiant stage. Unity tactic. Li Jingtian gasped. The black men laughed in pride. A soul unity tactic, to be exact. One made particularly with radiant stage experts in mind. He, get ready, attack. The shadows snickered and released a sound at Qiu Yanhai and Xue Qingjian, who were balking under the pressure as they pulled back. They fought back with their own souls. Much good did that do. Their soul attacks against the shadows' combined attack was like a breeze against a wall. The two panicked, sweating buckets. What's with these guys? They're way too creepy. No matter what they did, it proved to be pointless. Life and death art then. They had tried it earlier and it didn't do a damn thing. A stronger attack, but still very much physical, that left backing up more and more the only choice, leading to their increased vexation. And lead to the growing joy of the black men, cackling like victors. Whoosh! Li Jingtian flashed in front of the couple, facing the incoming shadows. Elderly, what are you doing? Qiu Yanhai shouted, grinning. Li Jingtian's eye shone. He, isn't it obvious? Shutting them up. With jumping eyebrows, the couple was still clueless when Li Jingtian made a sign, staring at the shadows. Humph, ignorant whelps, a Luo clan's elder isn't someone you can understand. Wraith style, third move, Necro Dragon's screech. Roar. Li Jingtian's roar sent the surroundings rumbling, the image of a dragon charged with claws and fangs bared, ready to tear anything to pieces. The shadows only noticed when the dragon was upon them. Boom. The explosion shook the entire mountain range, and cracked the land. The shadows' perfect formation scattered like flies. They had no time to make sense of it as they blacked out. Falling to the ground, the shadows scattered. A singular strike wiped out a dozen shadows, laid to rest for good this time. It's a soul martial art, look out. The black men moved back, losing their previous cool, and watching Li Jingtian with trepidation. Unlike the ice and fire lords, Li Jingtian actually posed a threat, sticking his chin out. Li Jingtian laughed, full of himself. Anyone else? The black men looked at each other, and started to make tactical steps backward. Yun Clan was overjoyed. Seeing ice and fire lords at a severe disadvantage had them more than a little worried, and then came Li Jingtian, in the nick of time, dispersing the shadow net in a single strike, easing their worries. All in all, their safety was assured. As for the couple, they felt sour looking at Li Jingtian stroking his ego. With so many witnesses, they didn't look the part of elders, unlike Li Jingtian. It was a humble pie neither of them wanted to taste. Old Li, you're really something to know even a soul martial art. How come we've never seen you using it? Shui Qingjin grumbled. Prickled by envy, Li Jingtian scratched his nose. He, you don't have to be jealous. When we joined the Luo clan, Steward Zhua gave each of us a matching art. Each of us has our own strength. I was also enticed by that life and death art of yours, but can I train in it? Necro Dragon's screech is a sound martial art, but it is a body martial art at its core. Since you two train by combining fire and water, this art doesn't seem to fit you, does it? The two paused. He does make a fairly good point. They got over it just as fast as they had gotten jealous. Old Li, you deal with them while we bring up the rear. Shui Qingjin looked at the people and said, let's end this quickly. No problem. Li Jingtian laughed and shot up. The black men fell back farther in fear of Li Jingtian's gaze, but a cold shout fell from the black cloud above. Humph, ignorant whelp, you're awfully confident in your parlor tricks. Chapter 380, The Dreadful Black Captain. Chapter 380, The Dreadful Black Captain. Li Jingtian squinted at the sky. Something black was coming down swiftly. At a closer look, it appeared to be a pitch-black chain, making rumbling sounds like lightning as it shot. For Li Jingtian, the pressure it released was akin to bearing the full weight of the world on one's shoulders. Everyone's breathing faltered, their feet plunging into the dirt, and their waists bent from the mountain-like pressure. Even eighth layer of radiant stage experts like the odd couple shuddered, the ground cracking beneath their feet in all directions. As for Li Jingtian, who felt the brunt of it, had his face shudder and his clothes rustled. The wind snapped at his face as his feet also sank deeper into the earth. Shocked, Li Jingtian instantly made the connection that this man was unlike those men in black. The men in black were like ants compared to this secretive person. He was the true expert among them. The person was yet to show himself, but the power behind his first strike had put Elder Li on guard, gnashing his teeth. He squinted at the incoming black chain, and his power erupted. Black energy curled around him, ghostly dragon claw. He chose to face the chain head-on. The voice from the cloud clearly stated his surprise in Li Jingtian's course of action, and praised, "Youngster is quite brave. A pity." Bam! With an ear-piercing explosion, Li Jingtian's black claw tightened on the chain. Yet the chain kept on going, slamming him into the ground. The earth shattered, picking up a huge cloud of dust. Yun Clan cried out, frantic in their retreat. Qiu Yanhai and Shui Qingjin moved in front of the people, to fend off the incoming shock wave. When the dust settled, everyone gasped in horror. The mighty Li Jingtian was planted in a huge 100-meter deep hole. Pale and panting, He was even bleeding from his mouth. Most shocked was the power couple. They were more clear than anyone about Li Jingtian's power, holding their own against him only by using their combined art. Yet this powerhouse was in a sorry state after just one blow. What kind of power was that? Looking up at the black cloud, the two picked up a person drifting down while holding the black chain. He was 9 foot tall, covered in black armor and a billowing black cape. Just like those men in black. He wore a helmet as well, blocking his features yet not his outrageous aura, instilling fear in all of them, including the elders. The first thought that came to mind was the feeling of death. "Captain," the black men saluted. But instead of looking grateful to their boss for lending a hand, they reeked of fear. The captain ignored them. "The enemy this time is a sharp thorn. It is not your fault for needing me to step in." They all eased a breath, a weight off their shoulders. Their captain had outrageous demands off them. He demanded success on every mission they were sent on, which was pretty much guaranteed when this inhuman power that was their captain joined the fray. The captain had a rule, though, to not let the conceit get to their heads. He would never interfere in a mission. If he did, the mission was deemed as failure regardless of the outcome, and the men would be subjected to harsh punishment. Having experienced that appalling pain once, no one wanted to go through such torment ever again. No surprise then that their first reaction on seeing the captain step in was that of lament. But with this being a special occasion and all, the captain waived all punishments. It was also a form of recognition from the captain's part that none of them could finish this powerful enemy, or why else would the captain step in? Bang! Li Jingtian threw the heavy chain to the ground and wiped the blood off his chest. With a jump, he was next to the power couple. The three watched their enemy with heavy silence, their fists shaking. The enemy this time was so strong, it had forced them to join hands, making them feel excited and dreadful. With a flick of his wrist, the black captain pulled back the chain and nodded at Li Jingtian. "Junior, not bad at all. You're still breathing after taking a hit, so you do have some skill after all." "Humph, arrogant punk!" Li Jingtian shouted. "You may be strong, but are not in the ethereal stage yet. There's not a single peak radiant stage expert out there who can kill me in one blow." His front was tough, but his insides were quaking. That chain almost took his life. The tiniest slip would have had the chain run through him. The black captain shook his head with a smile. "Welp, are you that ignorant or in denial? Two people may have the same cultivation, but not the same talent. That alone translates to a huge gap in power between them. Huangpu Qingtian was the prime example, and now it's your steward's turn." At merely the third layer of Profound Heaven stage, he took 2 peak radiant stage experts all-out blows. It actually reminds me of an old rival of mine. I would feel privileged if I could experience Steward Zhuo's masterstroke myself. The black captain sighed at the sky, strolling down the memory lane. The 3 elders never let him out of sight. "Well, this has nothing to do with your Luo clan anyway. If it were up to me, I wouldn't be facing you so soon either." The black captain waved and said, "Please step aside, elders, I am taking the Yun clan. Get bent. If I just give them to you, I won't even be able to face the world with shame." Xue Qingjian snapped, shooting for him with Qiu Yanhai fast behind. The two were on him in a blink, striking his chest with their combined power, fire and water fusion, life and death art. Boom! With a flash of heat, a white jet shot through the black captain's chest and shot into the distance. It then enlarged into a huge glaring light. Everything was burned to a cinder with a bang. The black chain clattered on the ground, and with the dying of the light, the power couple started panting. There was no one in front of them. The two had finished him off. The two smiled, and the Yun clan cheered. Li Jingtian grinned as well, but the black men's gaze made him think twice. Damn it! Because they were unfazed, their confidence was justified as well. While the couple celebrated, a familiar laughter came. "Ha ha ha, is this the Luo clan's martial art? Quite impressive, I must say. Today I've truly lived and learned. It's something I have never seen in my life." I see why so many experts got turned on their side. That move might have worked on them, but now… SSS. Black smoke gathered in the form of a person and then a suit of armor. The black captain was back with a smile. I am neither man nor shade, but in between. The same move won't work on me. The two's hearts seized. They should have known this by now. With the black men turning into black smoke to avoid physical attacks, their captain ought to follow the same logic. The earlier move was merely a test run to see if it had any effect, and indeed it didn't, and with the captain being far stronger than his men, it went without question that he could phase in and out as well. The black men had a hard time becoming real once they turned into shadows, while the black captain could do it at will. He was a true undying monster and a pain to deal with. The couple gnashed their teeth and fell back far too late. However, the black captain's wave brought the chain to his hand, and then it shot towards the couple. The two went flying with blood trailing from their mouths. They hit the ground hard, grievously injured. Humph, I warned you of this outcome. But since you struck first, you only have yourselves to blame. The cold eyes flashed in the darkness as the chain went for the two again. Li Jingtian covered himself in black energy and shot to intercept. Wraith-style's first move, soaring demonic dragon. Roar! With a black dragon image around him, Li Jingtian clashed with the chain, but it shattered his dragon. Li Jingtian was flung into the air and spat blood, falling to the ground. He looked lifeless. At least he had covered for the power couple by sending the chain away from them. You too, cough. This is as far as I can help you. Li Jingtian was panting, blood seeping into the ground around him. Qiu Yanhai nodded in gratitude. Old Li, you're a true friend. Yun Clan was in tears, unknown if from fear or from the touching scene. Li Jingtian and the Ice and Fire Lords were usually at odds with each other, but when it came to fighting, neither left the other behind. The black captain paused, then his tone turned angry for the first time and he snarled, "What camaraderie? Mad Dipper, since you want to save them so badly, you can die first." Whoosh! The black chain came for Li Jingtian to finish the job. Qiu Yanhai and Xue Qingjian struggled but couldn't budge at all. Li Jingtian sighed at the black chain reflecting in his eyes. Is this how I, the great Mad Dipper, would meet my end? Without even knowing who killed me? Ice and Fire Lords stared enraged, their fists clenched. But in times like these, one particularly familiar voice lifted their spirits. Yo, Spade, were you perhaps left for dead to find the Luo clan's bromance so revolting? Chapter 381, Divine Eye of the Void's Third Stage. Chapter 381, Divine Eye of the Void's Third Stage. With a spatial ripple, an odd red glow shot in front of Li Jingtian before the black chain could land. The chain whistled back with a bang, deflected right back at the black captain. Squinting, the black captain heard a buzzing in his ear, and he groaned as he blocked the chain. What he didn't take into account was the monstrous power infused within the chain. His block did nothing to stop the chain from knocking his arm into his chest like a cliff had been smashed into him. The black captain flung backwards with an explosion. A hill that was a mile out crumbled, filling the sky with dust. The only sign something ever happened was the deep groove in the ground leading to it. It took everyone's breath away. Everyone was very clear about Black Captain's strength. Not even 3 great Radiant stage experts could topple him. But for this dreaded man to be blown away, how terrifying would his opponent be? All eyes snapped to Li Jingtian. He was still hanging by a thread, but now a cold figure stood before him, his white hair drifting in the wind, right hand flashing an eerie red and eyes cold as ice. Luo clan's steward, soaring demonic dragon Zhuofan. The black men grew tense as they looked at him, their faces twisting slowly. They had all heard of Zhuofan's illustrious name, but seeing him was believing. What they had failed to grasp was the demonic dragon's power to push back their captain. It boggled their minds. They knew their captain better than anyone. Yet Zhuofan had flung that monster away in one hit? How is that even possible? The black men turned to the rubble behind them with hope. Captain. SSS. black smoke seeped from the rocks, reforming into a shadow. After a few more seconds, the armor took shape as well. Returning back to his earlier daunting figure, the black chain flew back in his hand with a wave. Just what is that thing? Zhuofan's brow rose. Li Jingtian gasped. He saw Zhuofan calm but still advised, Steward Zhuo, watch out, he can phase in and out of reality. Normal martial arts don't work on him. The only way to fight him is with soul attacks. There is such a thing? In that case. His eyes flashed and Zhuofan gave him a deep look and laughed all of a sudden, having everything figured out. Elderly, you guys rest. I'll take it from here. Zhuofan walked on with a thin smile. The black captain did the same, dragging the black chain behind, the clanking sound announcing his enemy's eulogy. The audience never left the two out of their sight. Their very lives depended on the one who came on top among these powerhouses. You cannot lose, Captain. The black men pumped their fists. Yun clan and Luo clan's elders looked at Zhuofan's back with faith. The elders had complete trust in Zhuofan. Having been around him for a long time, anyone or anything that stood in this little freak's path would stop their marching. He had never lost when he was weak, so how could he lose now when he was at the peak of Tianyu's power? No one dared to blink, lest they missed the two's clash tap. The two stopped 30 meters away from each other. Zhuofan sized him up and snickered. The girl's intuition sure was spot on. The other faction even sent someone like you. I thought Elderly and the two elders would be more than enough. Ha ha ha, how naive of me. You never wanted the Yun clan to fall into someone else's hands. The future of Yun clan is crucial to all factions. It cannot be left to the Luo clan alone. The black captain gave him a cold look, flicking the chain with a trembling hand. That punch sure was savage, reminding me of an old rival of mine. Zhuofan curled an eyebrow, a no-brainer for him to guess who this old rival was. He mocked the black captain. Did you win or not? Shuddering, the black captain flashed with unbridled rage. His fists clenched and he spat. I lost that day, but don't think this match will be the same. That remains to be seen. Zhuofan snickered. Unlike him, I am far more complex, not to mention a headache to deal with. Are you that certain of victory? Ha ha ha. The black captain's hand tightened and he flung the chain towards Zhuofan's left side. Laddybuck, see for yourself. The black chain snaked in the air and was at the left side of Zhuofan's face in a blink. Sneaky and swift, the chain was out of reach of the right hand, fully grasping Zhuofan's weakness in one glance. You old fox. Zhuofan grinned, being mentally prepared. This guy had only seen him use the right hand once, and already knew to stay clear. The attack on his left side spoke volumes of this guy's experience. Facing such a guy half-assed would give you a one-way trip to hell. And thinking that facing him even full-assed would be a pain, Zhuofan had to take it seriously in any case. While the black captain knew Zhuofan's right arm was tough, the guy was clueless that his left arm threw a mean punch all the same. With a groan, the nimble chain landed in a dragon claw. The black captain cried, Earth Dragon Claw. Hee, right on. Zhuofan mocked him and yanked the chain. The black captain went with it, making a half-circle in the air before crashing into the ground. Hard the bang left another 1,000-meter-wide crater. Zhuofan grinned. The Yun clan was jubilant and the black men panicked. Captain. Whoosh! They didn't get to finish as the black smoke shot from the crater straight for Zhuofan. Li Jingtian's side was shocked. Steward Zhuo, look out! Only soul attacks work on that thing. Hee, I know. Snickering, Zhuofan made a sign and roared. Wraith Style's third move, Necro Dragon's Screech, Purple Lightning Flare. Roar! Unlike Li Jingtian's dragon image, Zhuofan's dragon was melded with purple lightning, the same lightning Zhuofan stored in his divine eye of the void. For some odd reason, his purple lightning stock was restored when he cultivated. It was endless how convenient that it happened just in time to deal with this pesky black captain. This was Heavenly Emperor's purple lightning we are talking about. A power above Yuan Qi, and the same one that had struck a sacred beast dead. It doesn't matter if it's soul or flesh, they'll both get skewered. With how Zhuofan used it in tandem with a sound martial art, this attack had turned into a literal killing move. Bam! The black smoke was poised to attack Zhuofan when the dragon reached him. He had yet to regain his bearings from the previous hit, and the purple dragon slammed into him next. The purple lightning pierced the black mass, drilling an excruciating pain into the skull of the black captain. Then came the constant rumbling from the impact of lightning on every part of his body, akin to explosions from within. All the audience heard was an endless cry of agony, as the black captain rammed himself left and right like a headless chicken. By the time it all came to an end, the shadow reformed, but on all fours, panting from exertion. The black men were shell-shocked. Not for the life of them could they recall when their captain was in such dire straits. Zhuofan snickered. "Spade, now do you know the difference between me and him? Hi, everything in this world has a weakness. Don't think for a second that your phasing body will get me exhausted from using only physical attack. Humph, I know all too well just what kind of specimen you are. It would have been another matter entirely if you were in the ethereal stage, but it just wasn't meant to be. Humph, enough with the theatrics. What can a mere spirit puppet do?" "Why, you know." Eyes trembling, the black captain watched Zhuofan like a monster. This is a secret art that was lost 5 centuries ago. "How? I'm just that clever." Slanting his head, Zhuofan showed a cocky grin. "Soul puppets are special, but not invincible. You may not have a body, but I have my own way to make sure that you'll stay dead. You showed off in my presence and you beat my men. Don't even think of escaping." Zhuofan cackled, and 3 golden halos shone in his right eye. Divine Eye of the Void's 3rd stage, Mirage World. Chapter 382 Mirage World. Chapter 382 Mirage World. An unnatural space ripple spread around, and the black men and their captain saw the world twist before their very eyes in a blink. Their view was replaced with endless white light with nobody else in sight. Bewildering array. Black Captain cried, "Impossible! When did you set it up?" Ha, that's private information." Zhuofan faded in with a twisted smile. "Spade, turning into a spirit puppet gave you a brilliant escape route. A spirit puppet can fade in and out of reality, neither man nor shade. While elusive, at the same time, you don't have a body. Your soul has nowhere to hide, making it easy to just poof you out of existence. One other thing, your soul sense is 100 times more acute than a normal person. An advantage, yes, but not when it comes to experiencing pain." Zhuofan punctuated by stabbing the horrified black captain with a blade. A wail like no other echoed. Black captain was soaked in sweat and crumbled to his knees. His eyes were full of fear towards Zhuofan. Clang. Zhuofan had another blade flash in his hand and casually went for his back. This time the black captain jumped back. Just when he thought he was in the clear, the pain came, and so did the shrieks. Looking back, he saw a bright longsword stuck in his back, the same one Zhuofan had. Ha, try not to dodge. You'll only waste your energy. With a wide grin, Zhuofan said, "Didn't I tell you, having 100 times more acute soul sense is not all it's cracked up to be, especially when it comes to pain. Props for figuring out this is an illusion, but in here what's real and fake have been switched. And guys like you, who use phasing as an escape, will find themselves much weaker than anyone else. Not to mention the time here is slower. I may have taken my sweet time poking you twice, but outside, it hasn't been a second. We've got all the time in the world to enjoy. Ha, here everything's an illusion, while outside the pain is real. But the moment you cave in is the second you will die." Zhuofan sported a twisted grin and flicked 4 blades into Black Captain's chest, getting him acquainted with a world of pain. This was Zhuofan's illusion, his world. In this world, he made the rules. In here, he was God. The Black Captain was unstoppable outside, While in this illusion he was being toyed around like a powerless doll, and when the pain proved to be too much for his mind to handle, his soul would just fly away. This was Divine Eye of the Void's third stage, Mirage World. A place where Zhuofan created and controlled everything. This breakthrough in Divine Eye of the Void came somewhat fast, having lacked the needed soul power to achieve it. But through the refinement of the Sea Phantom wings, the strange power of the wings resonated with Mirage World, leading up to a wonderful coincidence. This also happened to be the straw that broke the back of the pesky Black Captain and his cronies. Outside the illusion, wails echoed out, jerking the people from shock as they blinked at the prideful shadow. Zhuofan was just standing there as well, facing the previously outstanding black men as they rolled on the ground shouting in agony. Like they are getting friggin' tortured. Just how big a gap in strength is there? Steward Zhua stays true to his reputation as a monster. The elders were dumbstruck. They knew Zhuofan was awesome, but this was a bit outrageous. He flipped the tables with just a glare. Yet the glare still wasn't over and the enemies writhed in pain. The trio looked at each other and sighed. They were Luo clan's elders, Zhuofan's backup. But the kid had outgrown them, entering a totally new realm. Gazing at the high and mighty white-haired figure, the three sighed. The little freak is so fast, not even our ass-kissing can catch up. How would they know that the Mirage World was sucking Zhuofan off soul power? He may look cool standing there, his three golden halos flashing in the right eye, sending the enemies into a world of hurt, but his brow was soaked, his mind raving, these damn rotten bastards can still take it? I've got 3,600 blades poked into them, yet they just won't die. This must be the fruit of the torturous training they do each day to build such grit. Just as he finished that thought, a black man held his head with a groan, rolled around 100 times on the ground, kicked his legs at some point, and then just laid there in the real world. Black smoke drifted out of armor. The gear clattered to the floor. Empty. Zhuofan grinned and spat. It's about time. These spirit puppets are at their limit. Case in point, after the first shadow keeled over, a second and third were bound to collapse, leaving behind empty armor. Some didn't even get to fall, their souls gone like the wind in mid-fall. Zhuofan eased his breath. The fewer they were, the lesser the strain on his soul. It didn't take long for the hundreds of black men to sputter in smoke, leaving the captain, still hugging his head with a clenched jaw. Zhuofan snorted with a wet brow. His soul was reaching his limit, his vision blurred. But he hung on, holding the black captain in the Mirage World. Just a little more and he's done for. Zhuofan smiled inside, his knuckles white. Whoosh! A pebble shot for Zhuofan at breakneck speed. So small yet containing the power of a mountain, forcing Zhuofan to take a pause. Yet Zhuofan had two aces with him, his beastly fists, any one of which could deal with such a feeble threat. His right hand moved and caught the pebble. But it proved to be enough of a distraction for the Mirage World to break. The black captain sensed the real world and jumped through the crack. Steward Zhua, the guy's escaping. Li Jingtian shouted. Zhuofan's right eye flashed with two golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void Annihilation. Whoosh! A spatial ripple shot for the captain. He turned into smoke trying to dodge, but when Void Annihilation passed through him, he felt an agony like never before. Even being a spirit puppet, he couldn't avoid the effects of space cracking. His soul was jolted and wounds laced his mind. The captain cursed inside. What kind of a freak is he? He has so many fancy and powerful tricks not even that guy can match. Boom! Void Annihilation ran through 3 mountains before taking to the sky. Zhuofan was about to send another one. Black Captain was too scared to take any more blows like that and turned into black smoke, drifting among the Yun clan. Zhuofan held back, lest he harmed innocents. The Black Captain laughed, having found his window, flying closer to the people. The crowd shrieked as he trapped a 19-year-old kid in his smoke and fled. Help me! The youth peed in fright, shouting his lungs out for help. Zhuofan frowned. Spade, let him go. Yun clan is under Luo clan's protection. Harm him and we will become mortal enemies. Humph, do you take me for a fool? You'll kill me regardless. The black captain shouted, Zhuofan, you got me this time, but we will meet again. See you around. The black captain turned into a black wind and wrapped tighter around the wailing youth. He was gone the next second. Yun clan watched in worry while Zhuofan stomped. He looked positively annoyed. Except for that vague quirk on his face, the black captain was long gone. Yet Zhuofan looked at the clouds. Still, Yun clan was touched by his desolate back. Steward Zhua is working so hard for us. He is so heartbroken at the loss of one child. Having rested all this time, Li Jingtian was feeling better. He propped his weak body up and sighed. Steward Zhua, you don't have to blame yourself. He only got one man. Claptrap, who's blaming himself here? Zhuofan snorted. The kid is already an adult, yet he hasn't even awakened his blood. A waste. It makes no difference if he's gone. But we are here to look good for the Yun clan, so we can't harm their people. That sadness and self-blame routine is there to make them respect us more. Yun clan will be far more willing to follow us now. Li Jingtian's face twitched and he nodded. Steward Zhua is Steward Zhua. He will never change. He is clearer than anyone about what to do for his own interests. Chapter 383, Spirit Puppet. Chapter 383, Spirit Puppet. My apologies, everyone. I could not protect you all and let that fiend take someone. I am ashamed. Zhuofan gasped and said in a heartbroken tone, watching them with a painful look. Li Jingtian next to him felt his face jump around from all the twitching. For the sake of Luo clan's future, Steward Zhua has curbed his mean streak to win their hearts. Or that black captain would never have gotten away even with a hostage. Yun clan bowed in gratitude. Steward Zhua, please, you don't have to say it. If not for you, all of Yun clan would have ended in misfortune. You have no reason to feel remorse. It should be us thanking you instead. But what we don't understand is what could have happened for us, who look after the people, to incur such a disaster. The Yun clan shook their heads. Zhuofan hid a snicker, bearing only his laments. The world is fraught with evil. Even if you are innocent, the tallest tree always gets the wind. Yun clan is a special clan that everyone has their eyes on. Now more than ever, with the imperial capital saturated with scums of society, many clans are coveting the Yun clan. Startled, the Yun clan reflected on these words, then sighed with remorse. They knew now that it was their bloodline that had brought this calamity. Who didn't want to proclaim themselves king, who didn't want to see fate, to act by the heavens' will. But they had the imperial family's protection over the last millennium to curb these thoughts, and when all the top dogs gathered in the imperial capital, they could feel the noose tightening on their throat. It started with clan head Yun Xuanji, a show of the culprit's cruelty and savagery. They did not know who did it, but one thing was clear. Staying put would have been obliteration. Clueless as they were, the herald of their calamity was the one in front of them, the demon-turned-savior. Steward Zhua. Yun Xuanji ended up dead because he had forsaken his neutral ground and exceeded his standing. It had nothing to do with the rest of the clan. It was actually Zhuofan who incited fear in them, coercing them to flee into his asylum. Yun clan was made up of simple people, who were not sharp enough to guess Zhuofan's multi-layered machinations. So seeing that Yun Xuanji trusted him, they did the same and fled. But who was the Yun clan? They literally birthed the high priest every generation. They guided the development of the nation and its policies, and now that they had run away with Zhuofan, who the hell would answer all those riddles and conundrums? Zhuofan had just stolen their baby from right under their nose. Hence, as a result, black shadows rained from the sky. All they wanted to do was to guide the sheep back in their pen, but with how their savage act worked only to stoke the dread in Yun clan, and Zhuofan's timely arrival had saved their future, it only pushed Yun clan closer to the Luo clan. Snickering in his mind, Zhuofan put on a particularly heavy look. People, be at ease. As long as Luo clan stands, For the sake of my friendship with Sir Yun Xuanji, I will definitely take you to the safety of Wingay City. That is where you will never have to worry again. Thank you, Steward Zhua, for saving us and for everything. We will never forget this. The Yun clan bowed deeply. Zhuofan waved them off, his grin growing so much that it threatened to split his skull. Please, you don't have to do that. You can trust in my clan. My only wish is that you remain in our domain, ha ha ha. Through promises, vague threats and nudges, Yun clan had become his die-hard lackey. As if the only one in the whole wide world to save them from doom would ever be Luo clan. However, among those who wanted the Yun clan for themselves, Zhuofan was the first to act, stealing them from the imperial family's jaws. After a few more pleasantries, Zhuofan took out a vial of recovery pills for the elders. It took them 6 hours to stabilize their wounds. Zhuofan was in no rush to return. He'd only leave when the elders were at least in their peak state. Steward Zhua, I heard you call them spirit puppets. What are they? Li Jingtian inquired. Zhuofan derided. A bunch of sorry-ass, lame-ass losers. No one would willingly become a spirit puppet unless forced into a corner. The power couple frowned, looking at him all serious. We all know that only by reaching the ethereal stage can one's mind and soul fuse, allowing them to shed their bodies. Even if the body crumbles, you can just possess another. The three nodded. However, what do you think will happen if the body dies before reaching the ethereal stage and the soul lingers? Will it still survive? Zhuofan said. The three shook their heads. The soul can last for 100 days at most, then dies. Li Jingtian's firm answer came. Zhuofan nodded. It would be fine if it were. But the demonic path has a secret art allowing experts beneath the ethereal stage to wander around as their souls, surviving on the spiritual energy of the world. Hence the name spirit puppets. The three sharpened their ears, hanging on to every word. The name says it all. They are puppets of the spirit world. Once a should-be-dead person is refined into a spirit puppet, to say nothing of their soul never growing stronger, he would roam the world as neither man nor shade. A zombie pretty much sums it up. Unless one is consumed by revenge and hatred, one would rather die than choose such a pitiful existence. It is a downright disgrace. On top of that, a spirit puppet has to consume souls to maintain their yuan qi. A truly vile secret art. It hardly matters if they meet me, a demonic cultivator, but stumble upon a righteous cultivator, and those overzealous warriors of righteousness would chase them to the ends of the earth. It is part of their job description, and also earns them merit. It does wonders for their mentality, tempering their hearts. The three blinked in understanding. Shui Qingjian then asked, Something is off here. Steward Zhua, you just said that those filled with immense regret and hatred would turn into spirit puppets, but we just faced hundreds of them. There's no way for there to be so many warriors knowledgeable of this art and be so consumed with revenge. It's too much of a coincidence. Ha ha ha, those mass-produced goods aren't included. Zhuofan cackled. The other side is amassing a secret army, forcing cultivators into becoming spirit puppets. To Tianyu, who has never seen a shadow of an ethereal stage expert, and with so few martial arts focused on the soul, spirit puppets would be a headache to face. It is a blessing in disguise that they are so hard to make. Not anyone can become one. The slightest slip up and it'd be the end. Elderly, you know how the kids old Pang is training in the wraith art have a low success rate. Well, this one is even lower, ha ha ha. Li Jingtian was stunned. Ever since joining the Luo clan, Captain Pang and he had received close training in the same art. Of course he knew about the young guard's Luo clan was rearing as well. For one guy to come out of a batch of 100 was already promising, but with the spirit puppet's chance of being created even lower, isn't it the same as Zhuofan wiping out 100,000 strong army of theirs by killing those hundreds? Li Jingtian had a sour taste in his mouth. Zhuofan laughed, seeing through him. You don't have to worry, they have plenty more where that came from. Ha ha ha. But Steward Zhua, You have no trouble dealing with them while we are hopeless. Teach us how. Shui Qingjian noticed Zhuofan's casual attitude, and cutely said the others looked on with hope. It was tough to say if it was from their incapability to deal with spirit puppets or from the need to learn more of Zhuofan's secrets. Sticking so close to Zhuofan for so long had taught them that his bag of tricks ran deep, in both quality and number. Far better than the entire Tianyu could ever provide. Nabbing one or two of them was the greatest fortune the trio could ever hope for. This was one of the reasons these experts were so casual about staying with Luo clan. To say nothing of a martial fanatic like Li Jingtian, who practically lived for power. With how Zhuofan had had his head deep in official matters, and being lazy on top, he felt disinclined to teach them. Today was the best chance to squeeze something out of him. And they weren't about to miss it. Glancing at them, Zhuofan smiled. No need. Spirit puppets are merely at the 3rd level. Low-level spirit puppets are soul-based, no different from a wraith. With your strong radiant stage strength, your intent is enough to destroy them. Mid-level spirit puppets can enter weapons or armor, making them their vessels and using them to somewhat resist soul attack. Like those black men. You can't one-shot them, but giving them a deep wound is still easy. The crucial thing is the Black Captain, a peak-level spirit puppet. He can phase in and out, with a soul so strong that only a specialized martial art can defeat him. The three bobbed their heads like eager children. I reckon strong guys like him are limited to just him. And since I've harmed him, he won't be showing his face anytime soon. You can rest easy. Zhuofan waved his hand. The three got his gist and sank into depression. The kid doesn't want to teach us. Shui Qingjian pouted, shaking Zhuofan's hand in a bratty voice. Steward Zhua, we can forget about these crotchety geezers, but what about little old me and my precious body? Who am I to blame if that miscreant scars it? If you are that scared of having your secret leaked, Sister will visit you in the dead of night. Will you teach me then? Smiley face. Secret here can also mean a cheat/hack. Zhuofan's face twitched at Shui Qingjian's rosy cheeks. Sister Shui, please have a modicum of dignity and act your age. Your man is right behind you. Hee, Steward Zhua, why are you being so testy? We're all on the same side. I don't mind. If you still find it lacking, I can join you as well. So will I. Qiu Yanhai exposed a disgraceful grin, followed by Li Jingtian's shout. Of. Zhuofan almost had a case of the Technicolor yawn. Waving all over the place. Fine, I'll take it as my loss. I'll teach you something, a profound ranked martial art focused on souls. Finger of Death. Chapter 384, Shadow King. Chapter 384, Shadow King. Who? Black smoke floated by a waterfall in the mountains. It reformed into the crooked shape of the Black Captain as he gasped for life. He was still holding on to the kid, who was now unconscious, ignoring the hostage. He took a gulp from the stream. With a crack, like that of a gear turning, the waterfall slowly came to a stop. The pond had a vortex in the middle, draining the icy water to reveal the muddy ground and a stone gate 10 meters below. Black Captain jumped in with the kid and pushed on some ostensibly random stone for the gate to rumble open. The gate closed behind him as he entered, with the sky-high waterfall resuming its flow and the pond filling back up again. The captain hobbled through the pitch-black twisting path. Even with all the jolting, the kid never woke up. A faint candle light sprung in the distance and the captain hesitated, but then walked on even faster. In the glum room, around 60 square meters in size, skipping a torturer's tools of the trade being laid around, a golden sheet ran through the center, dividing the room in two. Plop. The Black Captain threw the hostage down and knelt before the cloth. I have failed you and await my sentence. You failed. The aged voice from beyond carried shock. For even you to fail. Sigh. The sighing Black Captain was lost for words as well. His eyes dimmed and he collapsed. The voice came again, and you're also wounded. Whoosh. A black flash reached the black captain before the aged voice could, giving the captain a pill when his breathing evened. The man with a bamboo hat eased a breath and said at the curtain, "Please relax, sir. Senior has sustained heavy injuries and only needs time to heal." "What heavy injuries?" The old man was astounded. "Just who is capable of harming you to such an extent? Not even Gu Santong could do this." The man behind the veil was quite aware of Black Captain's specialty, of phase in and out. He couldn't deal with Gu Santong, but that little freak's ridiculous strong arm could do nothing just as well. "There's actually another person in Tianyu that can rout him besides Gu Santong?" The Black Captain sighed. "It's Zhuofan. He has that kind of skill. Ha ha ha, and more to spare. Even I had to step in but played right into his hand." The captain sounded morose. "That brat is a deadly combination of an extended range of skills and ample experience. I used to think my secret art was lost 5 centuries ago, that no one in Tianyu knew of it. But he saw through me with a glance and then toyed with me. I only escaped with my life by taking one of the Yun clan's members hostage." The captain sighed, his eyes consumed by dread. He'd been running amok across Tianyu for centuries, yet a pipsqueak like Zhuofan showed up, robbing him of all repute and turning him into a bottom feeder. Zhuofan is an even worse headache than Gu Santong. The captain sighed. "Gu Santong is all brawn, but does have weaknesses. While Zhuofan not only has Gu Santong's savage power, I couldn't find any weak spots either. It's the first time I've met with such an opponent." The man in the bamboo hat nodded. "Senior is correct. Without having seen him for myself, I would have never taken Zhuofan to have such unbridled strength. All of the Senior's attempts were foiled. He then used some unknown art to trap Senior, and almost cost him his life. Knowing my limits, my only hope was to make a distraction. I am glad to know it helped free Senior." "So it was you who helped me." I wondered why his focus slipped. "This gratitude I will surely return." The black captain cupped his hands at the bamboo hat guy, who only shook his head. He had only added that little tidbit to get some credit. "It's fine, now that you know I did my part. Just remember me next time you split fees." As for revenge and what not, it was the farthest thing from his mind. The veil fell quiet for a long time before the voice returned. "The others?" Black Captain sighed. "Dead. By your hand. By Zhuofan's." Black Captain squinted and spat. "He is truly savage, killing them on the spot and saving me the trouble. Ha ha ha, he didn't do it for you. It is a warning. He doesn't want a falling out and went easy on us." The voice behind the veil came. The two were clueless and the voice explained, "With Zhuofan's guile, it would be easy for him to track you down. Since he wasted all of them, it proves that these men had no use to him, that he knows all too well who we are but does not want to expose us." "A what?" The two were dumbfounded. The veil flew aside, and the emperor in his golden dragon garment walked out. Not just him. After the high priest died, Zhuge Changfeng and Ling Wucheng soon casted their suspicions on us. Why else would they support each other in court today when I wanted to deal with the regent estate and Zhuofan in one move? They feared I would swallow them both. I underestimated you, Zhuofan. Your mind is sharp, your nature adaptable. Like water under the bridge, you set it all aside, uniting with your foes. You are a man with perspective." The emperor's cold laughter came. Hidden within was a thick trace of bloodthirst. The bamboo hat fell, and revealed the monochrome chess sage. Sima Hui looked hard at the emperor. "Your Majesty, what do we do about Zhuofan taking Yun clan to Wingay City? The Shadow Guard's first detachment was wiped out and Senior is heavily damaged. How do we stop Zhuofan and the Luo clan's 3 elders? That is the source of my anger." The emperor flicked his sleeve. "I just can't make anything of Yun Xuanji's decision of relinquishing 1,000-year-old neutrality by siding with the Luo clan, who he has had no relation to speak of. And for what? For Zhuofan? I thought I showed my forbearance when I closed my eyes to him reading Huang Pu Qingtian's fate, because I knew, the throne is 3 parts fate, 7 parts hard work. I am a true celestial dragon, the son of heaven. I don't fear the likes of Huang Pu Qingtian coming to take my rightful place. Yet he had sided with Zhuofan? And what did Zhuofan do? The man had just died, and his first order of business was to take the Yun clan away from my grasp. A selfish prick for whom the thought of giving a funeral never even crossed the mind. How can he trust cough? The emperor's raving stopped in a coughing fit. Sima Hui took a hanky and tended to the emperor. When he took it back, there was blood on it. Your Majesty, Sima Hui cried. The emperor waved. It's fine. I can reign in Tianyu long enough to leave a successor. The emperor took a deep breath to calm himself. Shadow King, you are one of the 4 pillars of my absolute trust, and the most secretive being in this world. Everyone who has ever met you has long since died. With one exception, Zhuofan. Fate, it seems, isn't reliable, but can't be thrown aside either. The kid is your bane, so make sure to stay as far away as possible. But, Your Majesty, Shadow King complained. The emperor waved. Zhuofan is a snake with outrageous power. The only way to get rid of him is by turning him into a beacon in all the chaos. Sigh, now all rests on my planning. I only wanted to raise a tiger to tear into those savage beasts and strengthen my position. Yet instead I've reared a dragon, and worst of all, a dragon I can't control. Zhuofan, he is a true combination of Gu Santong and Zhuge Changfeng. He is the greatest plague on my mind. The emperor sighed, a glint flashing deep in his eyes. Shadow King and Sima Hui nodded in the end. Zhuofan's power and threat left all of them coming empty-handed. Was one of the 3 minds of Tianyu, devious in ploys and tricks, that easy to topple? Was someone with hands as tough as Gu Santong's, equipped with crazy skills to make even Shadow King dumbstruck, going to keel over just like that? Someone well-rounded like Zhuofan, versed in brawn and brain, left all his enemies feeling they were chewing a rock. Chapter 385 With me. Chapter 385 With me. The emperor showed worry and turned to the unconscious Yun clan member. Bring out the other eye and see if it holds. Understood. Shadow King lifted the kid up and his other hand flashed, revealing a bloody eye. It was now that the kid decided to join the party, looking at the 3 in panic. Who are you? What are you doing? Humph, we're just giving you the opportunity to become the new high priest. Shadow King snickered as his closing hand reflected in the eye of the distraught youth, before he gouged it out. The wailing and pain commenced, yet the kid was unable to move an inch. Shadow King then placed the other eye inside the kid's socket, and forced the wound to heal. Blood stopped leaking and the new eye fused with its new host. The trio nodded at the handiwork. Their joy was short-lived as the youth howled like a banshee under the trio's shuddering eyes. The kid thrashed all over. His new eye turned into a black sphere. It released a black energy that infected his body in a flash. The kid became black as night and crumbled to ashes along with the eye. Like I thought. Eaten away by the mystical eye. The outcome came at no surprise for the emperor, but that didn't mean he accepted it. Frowning, he sighed. Yun Xuanji's mystical eyes can't be grafted into others, leading to the host being eaten from within. But to think that it won't work even on his people. The Yun clan will have to first awaken their blood to bear these mystical eyes. Nodding, Sima Hui sighed. Your Majesty, it makes sense. Yun clan wouldn't have survived for so long if anyone could use them. Everyone would have been scrambling for their eyes otherwise. The emperor nodded, quite so. But that only leaves Holy Maiden Yun Shuang as a reader of fate. And she is now with the Luo clan. Your Majesty, you are the one and uncontested ruler on this earth, a true dragon descended on earth. As she belongs to the Yun clan, she will one day fall into your hand. Sima Hui bowed. The emperor paused in thought and said, if only. Meanwhile, Zhuofan looked after the elders' wounds while also teaching them the finger of death. After 10 days under his careful guidance, the three recovered and were on the road again. While he backtracked to the Regent of Prosterity's compound whoosh. Zhuofan flashed inside the manor, finding with his soul sense that all were accounted for, and safe. No one used my absence to cause a scene at Luo clan while I was out helping the Yun clan. He knew all too well that a delicate balance was in play and that no player wanted it askew. It was also the most peaceful period. Steward Zhua. Zhuofan turned his head at the charming voice. Finding Yun Shuang running to him frowning, Zhuofan saw her distraught and asked, "Miss Shuanger, what is it?" Yun Shuang's bit her lip, stammering, "Steward Zhua, you already know who killed grandfather, don't you?" Quivering on hearing this, Zhuofan held her gaze. "Who told you that?" "It doesn't matter. What matters is that you do." Yun Shuang's gaze was set, her tone firm. Zhuofan ignored her and pondered before bursting, "Ha ha ha, I get it now. It must be that pair of old coots giving me a hard time. Humph, they don't want to stick their neck out, so you fake innocence here, is it? Your time will come, that I promise." Zhuofan knew on the spot that Zhuge Changfeng and Ling Wuchang had a hand in this. They both knew Zhuofan wanted the Yun clan and Yun Shuang. Yet they nudged her into demanding an answer from him. If he refused, Yun Shuang would be cross with him. It might even drive her to regent estate or prime minister if he told her the truth. Luo clan would become the first to clash with the imperial family, the pioneer to throw all this balance out of the window. He was at an impasse. "Steward Zhua, you actually do know, don't you?" Yun Shuang guessed as much from his tone. "Then tell me." "Why should I?" Zhuofan cut her off. "Your clan is a target that I am willing to protect. In layman's terms, you owe me, not the other way around. What gives you the right to question me? To tell you everything?" "Humph, hysterical." Zhuofan snorted and left. Yun Shuang rushed to block his way, begging, "Steward Zhua, what will it take to tell me?" Zhuofan stared down those hopeful big eyes of hers. He spoke after a pause. "You really want to know?" Yun Shuang nodded, her gaze steeled grinning. Zhuofan leaned in her ear, his breath tickling and her face aflame. "It will depend on your behavior. I have no reason to tell anything to someone who isn't with me." Yun Shuang shuddered, then watched him incredulously and flushed with red-hot cheeks from humiliation. "So this is who you are, Steward Zhua. Someone who preys on others' weaknesses." Biting her lip, Yun Shuang teared up. Zhuofan snickered. "You got that right. I am no goody two-shoes. Besides preying on others, my style includes, but is not limited to, robbing someone blind, using their plight and kicking them when they're down. So, do you accept it?" Zhuofan looked like the big bad wolf out on the prowl for harmless little lambs. Yun Shuang's biting of her lips drew blood, her hands tense from the inner conflict. She sighed. "Steward Zhua, give me time to think." "Sure, take all the time in the world. I'm in no hurry." Zhuofan's lazy tone came, cocksure everything was at his fingertips. Yun Shuang glared and stormed away. Zhuofan noticed her eyes just before leaving, filled with rage, and scratched his head. "Well, that's odd. Didn't I just tell her to watch the stars, to be my advisor? What's so hard about that? She must be dead set on ironing out all my crookedness. Then she'll help me. But have you ever heard of a kind demonic emperor?" "Humph." Zhuofan grinned, on his way to Luo Yunhai. "It's been too long since I gave the future clan head a lesson. How long will it take to shape him up?" "Well, it's not like I have anything better to do, so I might as well teach him some more. Not like I can leave the clan's fate in the hands of an ignorant kid. I'll never know rest." He got to the Regent of Prosperity's room, only to find it stacked with gifts. Luo Yunchang and Princess Yongning were there too, chatting away. "Brother Zhua, you're back." Luo Yunhai beamed. Luo Yunchang giggled, while Yongning raised an eyebrow. "Zhuofan, took you long enough. What could have kept the great steward away for so long anyway? Luo clan was swamped with work the past few days and, in your absence, I had to go out of my way to help you all. Don't just stand there, hurry up and thank me." Zhuofan's face twitched. setting my matters aside, Princess Yongning, what's a lass like you doing by still coming around here? Aren't you supposed to be grounded? He knew the Emperor had grounded the princess to her room before the court debacle. So what was she doing back here after only a few days? Those palace guards are too lazy. Pa! Yongning slapped the table. Impertinent! How dare you address the princess in such an uncouth way like lass? Do you find your head too heavy to bear? Zhuofan only gave her a roll of the eyes. Yongning was enraged, while also even more intrigued. Where does a mere steward get this kind of gall from? Luo Yunchang shook her head, trying to mediate. Sister Yongning, calm down. That's how Zhuofan is. No one can change him. If you don't like him, you can just avoid him. How can I? Why else do I hear? Yongning blurted. She blushed at her slip, making up an excuse on the spot. I mean, my patience knows no bounds. How can I stoop to his level? Luo Yunchang saw through her in an instant. Humph, you think I don't know your thoughts? You even have that look in your eyes. Why is it that the hate and anger in your gaze looks dangerously close to flirting? Not that Zhuofan cared, staring the princess down. Princess Yongning, am I to assume that you've sneaked out again? No way. I walked out the front gate. Sticking out her fairly downsized chest, Yongning said, also, the Imperial Father is holding his centennial jubilee. I have earned my Imperial Father's accord to search for a proper gift. I fear that it is all too sudden for you, so I will help you prepare as well. See how much I care for you? Princess Yongning smiled at Zhuofan, fishing for compliments. Chapter 386, Vile Dragon's Omen. Chapter 386, Vile Dragon's Omen. Zhuofan couldn't care less, nodding by instinct alone as he made his way away from her. The blank look of indifference dimmed the princess's enthusiasm as well, her tone becoming sour and biting. Yunchang, is this how you teach your servant? He's like a popinjay. Ha ha ha, forgive me, sister. He doesn't know any better. You can just ignore him. Luo Yunchang consoled her, while dancing inside. This princess has set herself up for disappointment. Zhuofan has never bothered with her. She already had enough rivals and could surely do without any extras. Luo Yunhai glanced at the girls and said coolly, if Brother Zhuo was like you family's stewards, would you be flirting with him and chasing him all day long? Hey, who's chasing whom here? Who's flirting? The two girls snapped at the same time. Luo Yunhai just shook his head. I am doing the chasing and flirting, all right? Brother Zhuo must have come for me, so I'll be going now. Luo Yunhai chuckled away. Leaving two tomatoes behind, sunk in awkward silence. At one point they glanced at the door with admiration for Luo Yunhai. He could go to Zhuofan whenever, while they had to find an excuse to maintain their prim and proper reputation. In the gardens of the compound, Luo Yunhai briskly came to an already waiting Zhuofan. Zhuofan grinned at the kid. Good, your sight is improving. You knew I came for you. Of course. Besides, I've been around Brother Zhuo for so long that we are like brothers. Hee. Luo Yunhai scratched his nose. Zhuofan nodded, hooking his finger. Come then, let me see your progress. A fire was lit under Luo Yunhai's rear as he spurred on with purpose and threw a punch at Zhuofan. Bang. Punches flew everywhere with power and speed. While Zhuofan returned some, he also preached a fight is not just about power, but brains as well. Look for an opening. If there's an opening, seize it. If not, make one. Avail yourself to their weaknesses, avoid their strengths and lure them into a false sense of security before you spring your trap to crush them. Zhuofan had taught Luo Yunhai well into the night. When the moon was up and the stars were shining for Zhuofan, it was all a light warm-up. While Luo Yunhai, a bone-tempering cultivator, facing such a monster, was now sprawled on the ground gasping for air, he was burnt out, like a toad croaking its last. Brother Zhuo, you were quite free today to teach me for so long. Luo Yunhai shouted, soaked in sweat. Zhuofan sighed at the starry sky. 3 years. Only one has passed and the stalemate is already stirring. You'll be hard-pressed to find a quieter time like this afterwards, ha ha ha. Zhuofan shook his head, patting Luo Yunhai's head before going to his room. The thought of leaving again soon left him bleak. Luo Yunhai gazed at the prideful back. He sensed something and picked himself up to go find Luo Yunchang. Creak. Zhuofan entered his room and sighed. He frowned, having smelled something off about his chambers. Scanning the room, he arrived at the bed, with something squirming beneath the covers. Who's there? Zhuofan said. The squirming thing got squirmier. Zhuofan flicked the bedding off, but the squirmy thing left him speechless. The fair skin of a tight body, covered in thin red silk that could fly away at a simple breeze, was right there for the taking. The owner of such a work of art had her eyes closed shut and teeth clenched while she was shivering and in silent tears. Miss Shuang. Blinking, Zhuofan swallowed dryly. What are you doing in my bed? Looking like this, no less. His voice trailed off, his shifty eyes gawking in all her splendor. Yun Shuang blushed harder and shouted, Isn't this what a beast like you wanted? I only hope you will keep your promise once you have had your way with my body. Shuang, I think you may have slightly taken this the wrong way. When have I asked this of you? Zhuofan's brain turned to mush, not that his sly eyes ever stopped soaking up the view. Yun Shuang was mortified. Is this how he acts? He got what he wanted and now plays the gentleman? Like she was to blame for coming into his bed, and he was honest to God. Yun Shuang snapped. Zhuofan, are you mocking me? You clearly said to be with you and now you deny it. What am I to understand? Zhuofan finally figured it out and waved his hands around. A total misunderstanding. I never meant it in this way. I only wanted you to be on my side, to look into fate, to be my advisor and not to preach me about growing a conscience or becoming goody-goody. That's all. But for you to jump to the conclusion that I wanted you to make such sacrifices, what was I saying again? Where was I? Zhuofan scratched his head. Yun Shuang snapped her eyes open, buried her head deeper from shame and cried. Her mind took a shortcut to the facts, leaving her to do such an embarrassing act. Zhuofan panicked. The cool him was now lost as to what to do with a crying lady. So he took his clothes and covered the lithe figure. A sudden bang on his door forced it open, and a crowd stormed in with Luo Yunhai in front, laughing. Brother Zhua, me and sister talked to Captain Pang and heard today is your birthday. Come, let's go to your party. Luo Yunhai's eyes landed on the bed. He gave an awkward chuckle and scratched his head. I see you had your own bit of fun already. Then we won't bother you, he carry on. What won't bother? Zhuofan, explain yourself. Luo Yunchang turned from happiness to anger at the drop of the hat after gazing on the bed, pointing at the squirmy thing under Zhuofan's clothes. Who's she? Where did she come from? Glimpsing at the fine, white skin of the exposed legs, Luo Yunchang was incensed. This dense guy at least has good taste. The girl under there must be a doll. Zhuofan shrugged, having no explanation pop into his head. Can you guys step outside for now? Hi, how can we? This is a high-quality class act, catching Steward Zhua in the act. We just gotta make it memorable. Sly Demon always looked for trouble. Then the violent demon cuffed him. A load of tripe. Steward Zhua is the perfect stud muffin, single two. He is a perfect catch any woman would swoon over. The other pygmies bobbed their heads sagely. Zhuofan's face sank, glaring at the four. The *TS are only making it worse. The one who was the real troublemaker here was in fact the princess. Others, for better or worse, were aware of saving his skin, merely wagging their tongues while Her Highness took 2 steps forward and yanked the shirt off. Let's see who you are and if you're worthy of our Grand Steward Zhua. Yun Shuang curled up with a cry, this act filling her with shame for being seen like this. Zhuofan's right eye flashed golden divine eye of the void's first stage, shift. Yun Shuang and Zhuofan were gone the next second, leaving the audience puzzled and sighing. They ran away. We gotta admit, Zhuofan's trick sure is useful in cases like these. Luo Yunhai couldn't stop laughing inside. He had everyone gather around to ease Zhuofan's loneliness. Otherwise this classic act would never have happened. One thing was certain though, they never figured out who was beneath those clothes in a pitch-black forest. Zhuofan stood in a clearing watching the expansive night sky. A rustle came and a clothed Yuan Shuang came out of the tree line. Her face was still red hot in fact. Whenever she glanced at him Zhuofan only looked at the night sky, giving her the cold shoulder. Like I said, I want your unconditional support. We are a team, you are one of my people. Your grandfather's business is my business. Or the Yun clan's retreat to Wingay's city would have been harder. I admire your grandfather's virtue. Now forget about the matters in the capital. They no longer concern you. Zhuofan's cold tone came. Yun Shuang watched his lofty figure, stalwart and imposing, and calmed down. She looked at the sky and said, "Vile dragon is coming." Vile dragon. Zhuofan pondered. I recall Yun Xuanji telling me about this. They're the Quanrong. Are the Quanrong invading? Zhuofan laughed inside and nodded. Great, you are now on my side. Yun Shuang smiled and nodded. Chapter 387, Quanrong's Delegation. Chapter 387, Quanrong's Delegation. At the crack of dawn in the imperial palace, the emperor sat dignified in his dragon throne. His servants at the side and the officials down below were split on two sides, giving a shallow bow. Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng was head of policies, while Marshal Duge Zhantian was in charge of the military. They all showed utmost respect. May your majesty lead a long and prosperous life. Present your petitions. A servant shouted, glancing at the men below. Duge Zhantian flicked his sleeve and came forth with a bow. Your majesty, I have worked hard in tracking down High Priest's murderer for 10 days, yet have found nothing. I ask that your majesty give me more men to conduct a more thorough search on the houses. Granted. The emperor spoke. Duge Zhantian bowed and withdrew. Zhuge Changfeng snickered inside. The old marshal is quite serious in his search, dedicated to the monarch and nation. A shame he's too honest, unable to grasp the cloak and daggers in the court, and insists on carrying this matter on. Be as thorough as you like. Looking in the wrong direction will still give you nothing. Zhuge Changfeng stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a request. The imperial capital has been sealed for 10 days, driving fear into the people and the clans. For the sake of peace, I ask that your majesty opens the gate. Humph, High Priest's case is yet to be solved and you want to open the city? Is the Prime Minister so impatient because of his own matters perhaps? Duge Zhantian snorted and glared. The emperor flicked his cold eyes on the Prime Minister, waiting for him to continue. Zhuge Changfeng shook his head. High Priest's case is crucial, but so is the reputation of the empire. Your Majesty, you may disregard people's livelihood, but you should care about the rumors traveling outside the state. Zhuge Changfeng turned serious and bowed, presenting his petition. Your Majesty, the Quanrong Kingdom knows of your Majesty's centennial jubilee and its emperor has dispatched a delegation with a gift. Please grant it entry, your Majesty. What? The emperor and Duge Zhantian screamed at the same time. Quanrong has sent a delegation? Zhuge Changfeng nodded. This is an external affair. Letting the delegation see the imperial capital under lockdown will earn their ridicule. The emperor's brow shook. He glared at the slightly mocking look of Zhuge Changfeng, and hatred festered in his heart. Zhuge Changfeng has a response for everything. I didn't respond when he asked that I release the seal on the capital in the name of the people. So he used Quanrong's delegation as an excuse. Won't agreeing now look like trying to salvage my name instead of looking out for the people? His vaulting ambition is more than clear. Though the emperor was unable to grasp Zhuge Changfeng's planning from his vague replies, Zhuge Changfeng presented the petition while the emperor paused in thought. Duge Zhantian intervened. Your Majesty, Quanrong and Tianyu have only ever expressed hostility, with numerous clashes each year. The delegation is sure to be part of some elaborate scheme. And with the imperial capital in troubled waters, it is all the more reason we should block any outside interference. I beg your majesty to refuse them, lest we bring wolves in our midst. Old Marshal is mistaken. Because our two nations have been at odds in the past, we should use this chance to mend our relations and live in harmony. Zhuge Changfeng shook his head and reported with a sneer, in addition, they come bearing gifts. Slamming the door in their face will put Tianyu to shame. The Quanrong will think of us as petty. It concerns His Majesty's prestige and Tianyu's name. How could you be so jumpy to lose all decorum when it counts? One official in red stepped forward with a bow. Prime Minister's words ring true. I second him. The Emperor's brow rose at the Grand Secretariat. Another official shot forward. Prime Minister speaks wisdom. Please allow it, Your Majesty. Minister of War. Dugu Zhantian's beard shook. All officials soon stepped up, kneeling and shouting, we all agree. Even the Emperor gasped with an ashen face. He knew Zhuge Changfeng's power had a long reach, but not this long, to include both civil and military officials. The man left nothing to chance. Dugu Zhantian was overwhelmed. Those loyal officials that followed the Emperor around, all but him, were in Zhuge Changfeng's pocket. Be it civil or military, all the Emperor was left with were a scarce few. Zhuge Changfeng held his head high. Your Majesty, this is a matter of great importance for the nation. We, loyal subjects to the flag, ask Your Majesty to make a swift decision that I may reply to the Quanrong Emperor at once. Humph, Prime Minister, why the rush? You have so much care for the Quanrong. The last time I checked, you are our nation's Prime Minister. The Emperor said, looking at Zhuge Changfeng in mock and ridicule. All officials panicked, sweating all over. The Emperor's accusation was heavy, treasonous even. He started off as a joke, but singled out Zhuge Changfeng, the Prime Minister, as the nation's traitor. Not even the Emperor could accuse someone without evidence, especially the Prime Minister. It only went to show how enraged the Emperor was. Getting ahead of himself, Zhuge Changfeng took it in stride, even chuckled. Your Majesty, please don't joke. I am under Tianyu's payroll, working in its best interests. Try to understand, Your Majesty, everything I do is for the Empire. Ha ha ha, of course I understand the Prime Minister's toil. The Emperor forced out through gritted teeth and slammed a servant with the petition, shouting, as per Prime Minister's petition, I shall allow the Quanrong's delegation into Tianyu. The lockdown on the imperial capital is lifted and the High Priest's case will be postponed until after my celebration. Your Majesty is wise. The officials bowed, to which the Emperor snorted, watching with clenched fists. Dugu Zhantian cursed them inside for being treasonous dogs. Meanwhile, in the High Priest's observatory, a 10-meter large golden compass placed at the top released a deep blue glow. A strange energy lingered over it, forcing it to move. Zhuofan and Yun Shuang witnessed this phenomenon in shock. Is this the Yun clan's heirloom, the 8th grade spiritual weapon, heaven-linking apparatus? Zhuofan was amazed. Yun Shuang nodded. By having the heaven-linking apparatus commune with the world, one can see what happens in the world. As I watched the stars last night, I saw the vile dragon converge his attention here. But that is only a rough estimate. Only through the heaven-linking apparatus can I see its precise focus and how it tangles with the other faction's fate. So that's how it is. Zhuofan nodded and looked at her in earnest. You do what you do best and I'll be the lookout. Yun Shuang giggled, rolling her eyes. This is the home of Yun clan. Having a lookout is like saying we came here to steal from ourselves. You do have a point. Nevertheless, with every house having eyes and ears everywhere, I'll block them. Zhuofan scratched his head awkwardly, guarding the door looking at him. Yun Shuang recalled last night and blushed. He isn't all that bad. At least not to his people. or they wouldn't hold a birthday party for him. This recall also brought her unmistakably to the moment when she threw himself in his bed, like a birthday present. And there she went again, blushing harder, shaking her head to get rid of those thoughts. Shuang focused. Her eyes turned black and she stared at the heaven-linking apparatus. The stars above transformed into 4 dragons, roaming above Tianyu and tearing at each other. The clearer it became, the greater the alarm on Shuang's face. When she had last looked at the stars with her grandfather, the clash of the dragons resulted in Tianyu being left in a sorry state. As for the final winner, it was unclear. But the aftermath of this war would leave Tianyu filled with corpses and the people a wreck for decades to come. The greatest casualties Tianyu had ever seen in history. The heaven-communing apparatus stopped and the stars resumed their rightful place. Zhuofan ran over, interested. It's over. He was stunned to see Shuang crying and mournful. Shuanger, what's wrong? Did the wind get in your eye? Zhuofan blinked. Shuang grabbed his wrist and pleaded, Steward Zhua, I beg of you. You can ignore what happened to grandfather, but please, you must stop the bloodshed from happening. Only you can alter Tianyu's fate and free the people from suffering. Shuang tightened her grip. Zhuofan met her gaze and nodded. I will do my best, but what? Shuang was overjoyed that he had agreed. Zhuofan was still very much serious. I keep my private matters separate from business. Personal matters always come first. You are with me now and I will help you in your troubles. But everything else will be done in passing. Shuang was clueless. Zhuofan grinned. That's just my style. You'll know soon enough. Now what did you see? Shuang snapped out of it and said, Vile Dragon's focus is on the Luo clan. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Luo clan had just received its newfound position and had not one darn relation with Quanrong. Why is it after the Luo clan? Chapter 388, Ma Man. Chapter 388, Ma Man. Shuang guessed what was going on in that head of his and sighed. That is what fate tells me. Vile Dragon will come down hard, but it also has an augmenting effect. The other 3 factions' fortune will be augmented, while only the Luo clan weakens. Quanrong's coming to Tianyu bodes ill for the Luo clan. How can only the other 3 get enhanced? Zhuofan paced around with a frown, but came out empty. This shouldn't be the case. I can understand if the 2 of them grow, but Crouching Dragon, the Vile Dragon, comes with the Crouching Dragon in mind, so why would it result in the Luo clan suffering? Don't you find it odd? Shuang nodded. An educated guess tells us that Quanrong's first target is Tianyu's imperial family, the Crouching Dragon. But the heavens have shown the contrary. I can't make sense of it either. Shuang sighed. Her sight dazed while Zhuofan started shining. Shuangji said that fate is fraught with death and life's paths, while different men make different choices, treading different walks. The 3 houses must have done something to make the Vile Dragon target Luo clan. What else could make the mighty Quanrong Empire focus on the little old us? Zhuofan mulled it over before asking, what about the Luo clan's fortune? I don't know. Shuang shrugged. Luo clan has you at the helm. With you being out of heaven's control, I can only see the present and immediate situation, while the future is blocked. Zhuofan sighed like the old saying goes, know yourself and the enemy and you'd ever be victorious. Zhuofan knew of his enemies getting tougher, while being in the dark about his own clan, making his own future actions uncertain. Being outside fate is not all it's cracked up to be. A deep breath and a permanent frown, that was Zhuofan. What took priority was finding out the 3 houses' activities. With such a particularly large event in play, a master plan had to be brewing in a deep dark corner. Not cracking it yesterday would get him shafted. Zhuofan's mood sank with every thought, yet he spared Shuang a smile. Let's go back. Such a fortune to have you around at this time, and to find out about all this before it had been too late. It's fine. I'm doing it for my grandfather and the people. Shuang smiled back, and the two left for the Luo clan. But 1,000 meters out, on a pavilion, two shadows kept their sights on them until they were gone. Our shadow recon team has never been so useless before. One snorted, we're so far away that we can't see nor hear **T. What's the point? It's not like we explicitly asked to tail Zhuofan, now is it? That freak has a freaky eye that has put even the captain on a sickbed. Any closer and he'd see us. Not even a miracle would save us then. The other side, come on, let's check what they were after in Parish. Maybe we'll find something. Humph, now the great shadow guards have turned into garbage men. The shadow grumbled but still followed the other, drifting over to Parish as black smoke. While Zhuofan's mind was on the shifting situation, he was out bumping into his allies, asking around for the house's movements. He had Shuang peek the sky over at the Parish for any other changes now and then as well. The shadows tailing them, though, never once got anything useful. Zhuofan was finding it more and more odd that every time he went to Drifting Flowers edifices, the people stammered each time he mentioned Chu Qingqing. Thinking they may not necessarily be so forthcoming with the complete and whole truth. As for the Yun clan's migration, the emperor posed the question as a mere courtesy, getting the response from Zhuofan that they were in a safe place and out of the water well. Zhuofan had all the reasons. He and Yun Xuanji became fast friends, so he wasn't pushing it to help the guy's family after his death, no? And he was still Emperor-certified best steward beneath heavens. His every action was in accordance with the Emperor's. It wouldn't have gone so smoothly with the Yun clan otherwise. The Emperor had to swallow hard to accept the damage he had done to himself. I just had to hail Zhuofan so high and leave a weakness exposed. And now he had Quanrong's delegation coming over with a present. Truly, when it rained it poured. This was exactly the forecast that had Zhuofan's heart tense up. Are Quanrong going to play out like the forecast? Are they the fourth power to push down on the Luo clan? Zhuofan took out a sending jade, giving instructions to the elders. They needed overwhelming power and fast. 3 months came and went. The imperial capital was abuzz from the 1,000 detachments of soldiers at its gates in shining armor and impeccable discipline. Not to mention their mounts were not as insipid as warhorses, but were spiritual beasts. The Grand Cavalry was riding on 3rd-level spiritual beasts. Led by a few 5th-level spiritual beasts, the Quanrong's delegation had arrived. Zhuofan, come take a look at all the commotion. At the crack of dawn, a young scholar was very excitedly running towards the Luo clan. Zhuofan and Luo Yunchang came out silently. He was no other than the cross-dressing Yongning snooping out of the palace as usual. With how the princess had gotten so close to the Luo clan, she dropped by every other day. First, it was seeing her dear foster sister as the official excuse, and then she shrugged all pretenses, brazenly going after Zhuofan. Even Zhuofan had to be tolerant to the princess and suffer her antics. Princess, what are you up to this time? I don't have the time, so go ahead with Yunhai and young miss. Zhuofan shrugged, scratching her cute button nose. Yongning snorted and stuck her head out. This is a once-in-100-years occasion. It's so kind of me to invite you to see the bustle, so the least you could do is thank me. See the bustle? More like you wanting to jump right in. Zhuofan mocked, spinning on his heel back inside. Yongning flustered. Quanrong's delegation has come. They're about to enter the city. It's a chance to see exotic cultures that you should never miss. What, Quanrong? Zhuofan stopped in his tracks and turned right back out and kept on going. He wanted to check them out. How strong they were, how many had come, to assess the threat to his house. Princess cried, wait for me. Luo Yunchang was stunned, sensing the seriousness of the matter. She called Yunhai and they went together as well, and so, the whole gang stepped out of the compound's gate. They had just taken a turn on Main Street when they bumped into a literal mob. You couldn't swing a dead cat without hitting something. They tried to find something besides heads, but nope, There were heads everywhere. The exotic foreigners were so in vogue right now, the whole capital was out to see them. Brother Zhua, here! A shout turned Zhuofan's head, coming from a building's second floor. Long Xingyun waved for him to come sit with his allies. Zhuofan nodded, and took everyone over. Every one of his peers was there, not just his allies, even the likes of Hell Valley and Pill King Hall. But on account of all the bustle, they decided to keep the friction to a minimum, so much so that the arrival of Zhuofan made them look anywhere but at him, with Zhuofan being a moody beast, who knew what excuse he'd come up with to trash them. If the elders chose to stand clear, it went double for these disciples. Long Xingyun's group chuckled. This brother sure is feisty. A pain for the enemy and a shoulder to rely on for the allies. Brother Zhua, the entire second floor is reserved for the house's disciples to get a clearer view of the Quanrong's delegation. Long Xingyun invited them to sit. Xie Tianshang was stern, his hand never leaving the hilt of his sword. I wonder how many experts they have. Like you can expect anything else from a martial fanatic. Zhuofan and Long Xingyun's eyes met and they chuckled. After the esoteric debate, Xie Tianshang's mood had never changed. Quanrong's delegation had yet to parade into town, so Zhuofan looked around. He picked up on a sneaky figure and shouted, "Yan Fu, you've come to see the excitement and won't even greet me." Yan Fu ducked out of sight on the first floor when he froze. With a forced smile and a scratch on his head, "Steward Zhua, what a coincidence." His words got cut off by a prideful voice. "Yan Fu, my master and martial aunt are almost here and you didn't get a seat, seh?" Xiao Dandan came with Peony and Iris overseers when she noticed Zhuofan's unnatural gaze and blushed, ducking her head. Brother Zhua, they had long since been an item. But you were so cooped up that you never noticed. Long Xingyun gossiped with a snicker. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. You guys. Yan Fu was scared out of his mind, even losing his voice. Everyone knew Xiao Dandan was more than a little crazy for Zhuofan. He ignored her every step, true, but that didn't mean anyone could just show up and take what his stewardess was. It was a no-brainer what would happen now. Peony overseer saw the two shaking in their boots and snapped. What, Zhuofan, you didn't want Dandan and now you're going to ruin her life? That's just evil of you. Zhuofan flicked his hand, his eyes roaming over the happy and shivering couple. Then he cracked up, slapping Yan Fu's back. Ha ha ha, ma man. He was simply overjoyed at having thrown away one pesky baggage. Everyone's faces twitched and turned dark. Chapter 389, Rampant. Chapter 389, Rampant. Yan Fu was having mixed feelings about this. He should be happy as a clam that Zhuofan wasn't here to deck him, but the more he thought about it the less Zhuofan's word fit. As if I'm picking his trash, his damaged goods. Xiao Dandan had a sour taste in her mouth as well, her burning heart crumbling from disappointment. What did Zhuofan mean by this? Did Xiao Dandan mean absolutely nothing to him given any time of the day? He didn't take her seriously, labeling her as an extra baggage from the get-go. Her disciple standing there all lonely had Peony overseer's temper explode to protect her, cursing, Zhuofan, what's that supposed to mean? You felt nothing for Dandan all this time? Are you dead inside? The outburst earned silent looks from everyone, then sighs. It's truly a mystery how a woman's mind operates. Iris overseer pulled on Peony overseer's clothes awkwardly while scolding her through transmission. When one man has eyes for Dandan, you curse. When another man ignores Dandan, you curse again. Just what do you want exactly? To have a death match for the lady's hand? That's. Words left Peony overseer. Could Yan Fu versus Zhuofan even be called a death match? Who in this world can even beat that brat? She only found that Zhuofan's cold reply had cut her disciple too quickly. Her disciple had always carried a blazing torch for him for 7 years, and counting. If not for the matter with Qingqing, maybe. This is fine as well. Sighing, Peony overseer consoled Xiao Dandan. then signaled for Yen Fu to come with her to teach him proper manners. Yen Fu waited for Steward Zhuo's instructions, but the guy only flicked him away. Go, your future mother-in-law is calling you. Better listen to her. You zip it! Peony Overseer snapped with a glare on him. Zhuofan struck the perfect bystander figure looking at the street. His heart, however, was doing somersaults. Xiao Dandan was a love-struck fool, always behind him like a lost puppy. Now that someone had taken that puppy in, he was over the moon. Yongning asked Luo Yunchang about the ins and outs of this drama, and sighed. But her gaze for Zhuofan was now a heavier one. Getting this sugar husband won't be easy. Roar! The rumbling sound announced the opening of the city gates to reveal fanged savage beasts strutting onward in orderly fashion. The people cheered. Most of them had never even seen spiritual beasts, least of all these fifth-level ones. The noisy second floor fell silent, with everyone focusing on the procession. 5 men and 1 woman were leading. On those fifth-level spiritual beasts, the crowd fell back at the imposing aura, avoiding their eyes. The ones behind had no problem seeing those foreigners perfectly, especially the girl, of stunning beauty. She had a certain wild vibe the Tianyu women lacked, leaving the men enraptured and drooling. Gulping, Long Xingyun squinted. A fair and virtuous lady, a great catch. Perv. The women around rolled their eyes at him. Quanrong are famous for their beast-rearing skills. But it's my first time seeing the combined power of a man and beast. Xie Tianshang's sword was out of its sheath, flashing dangerously. His 2 eyes filled with thirst for battle, wishing nothing more than to jump down there and take the foreigners for a spin. Everyone shook their heads. Martial fanatic. Long Xingyun advised, this is a chance for our nations to shake hands. You can't go start a war. Especially with that woman, hee. Their talk went in one ear and out the other. In Zhuofan's case, all his attention was focused on the riders. They had 3 profound heaven cultivators, 3 radiant stage cultivators, and 1,000 veteran cavalry in the bone-tempering stage. They rode on 1,000 third-level spiritual beasts and 6 fifth-level spiritual beasts. Can this army threaten the Luo clan? Zhuofan sighed. Zhuofan, what are you looking at? The princess was piqued by his heavy gaze. At oddities. Zhuofan's eyes twitched. The princess was puzzled. What oddities? If I am looking, that means I clearly can't find them, now can I? I wouldn't be looking otherwise, you daft girl. Zhuofan rolled his eyes. The princess flushed red and glared in a pout. Roar. The sky shook under the noise and the Quanrong delegation stopped. Zhuofan's side watched one leader's mount roaring and getting ready for attack. In front of it was a 5-year-old child, crying on the ground. A grizzled and thin old man charged out of the crowd and hugged the child. Forgive me, the child is too young to understand running in front of you. I'll take him away. It's fine, uncle, the woman smiled, but the jacked-up leader snickered over her. Are all Tianyu's people without decorum? I am Quanrong Empire's general, and for you, an ant, to bump into me is a gross act of disrespect. Can you bear the responsibility of a war between us? Cut the act. How could we start a war over this? We'd have been at war for ages by now otherwise. Zhuofan mocked. The princess bobbed her head. So did the other young masters, looking at the buffed tough guy with contempt. Those words of his only worked on the common people, while the houses were too wise to fall for some cheap provocation. The old man was but a common man, however, paralyzed on the ground in fear of what he'd done. He had just condemned his fellow countrymen to a life of pain and suffering. He dropped to his knees and begged, "Spare us, Lord, I am at fault. Please don't aggravate the matter." The tough guy snickered, filled with contempt. But the woman frowned and glared. Jalahan, stop making a scene. He, young miss, I was only messing with Tianyu's pests. It won't change anything. The tough guy waved his hand, turning to the old man. I can overlook this for Tianyu, out of the kindness of my heart. But my mount here has special tastes, you see. Every time it bumps into someone, it feels the urge to swallow something. or his bad mood might affect my own. So tell me, how will you settle this? The old man paled, figuring the general wanted to feed his spiritual beast with the child. And he wanted the old man to do it too. But how could he? The woman snapped, Jalahan, having fun is one thing, but don't cross the line. He, young miss, it's just a game. No harm, no foul. The tough guy chuckled, yet his vicious eyes never left the old man, waiting to see him give the child to the spiritual beast. The spiritual beast bared its fangs and licked its maw with bloodshot eyes. Humph, absurd, they've come to our land and yet act all high and mighty. Xie Tianshang slapped the table, his sword half drawn. Long Xingyun advised, Brother Xie, they were invited. We can't interfere, not with the officials having yet to appear. It will only invite trouble. Ha! The great noble houses, afraid of stirring trouble? The princess snapped. I never saw you stop once from looking for trouble, yet now you've decided to sit back? Chickens. Zhuofan, follow me as we teach them a lesson. Knock yourself out. I don't feel like it. Zhuofan flicked his hand, like you said. The 7 houses have made looking for trouble practically a tradition. So you can handle it. Oh, Xiao Dandan, weren't you once high-strung as well? Xiao Dandan blushed with a lowered head. I was more confused than angry then. Why bring it up? Yen Fu, you're no better either. Zhuofan glanced at him. Yen Fu nodded with calm. True, every time I went out with my master I'd be throwing my weight around. But since I've joined the Luo clan, with its tight rules, I never get the chance. Well said. You'll show off again one day, not to worry. Zhuofan snapped his fingers and snickered. See that, princess? We may look calm and kind on the surface, but there's a festering evil in our bones, like those guys below. Aren't you expecting too much, sending us mean guys into another mean guy's business? The princess blushed in anger. Then I'll go. Meanwhile, the old man was hugging the sobbing child tighter, under cold hard pressure and indecision. It was then that a scoff came. Quanrong are guests and nothing more. Since when have they started acting as hosts? Whoosh. Yun Shuang stood before the elder and the child Zhuofan sighed. He didn't give a hoot about others. While being unable to ignore his own people, his eyes glinting, Zhuofan's mouth curled up in his trademark evil smile. Time to probe the Quanrong for a bit. Chapter 390, A Dragon Can't Repress a Snake. Chapter 390, A Dragon Can't Repress a Snake. Shuang Yongning cried. The others looked on as well, stunned to see the Empire's holy maiden coming out in the people's defense. Then they turned eager after the high priest's death. The holy maiden had become the apple of the Empire's eye. They'd go as far as charging into the Quanrong delegation if it meant defending her, something the Quanrong were not privy to, evident by Jalahan's mockery. Missy, are you out for a quick death? Hasn't your emperor taught you how to receive guests? You'll now butt into another's problems, even Quanrong's delegation? If you call yourselves guests, just act like one. I've never seen a guest as outrageous as you. Yun Shuang stood tall and bold. Jalahan glared, then cackled. What a charmer you are. As for falling in with the customs here, it will depend on the host. I'm going to take those 2 for my mount as a snack. What's the host going to do about it? Jalahan shouted, and the beast roared in its pounce on the old man and child. No! Yun Shuang shot a palm at the beast's skull. Jalahan merely snickered and released his aura bang. Yun Shuang rebounded as if hitting a wall. Ha ha ha, a profound heaven girl dares to interfere? I wonder what gave you the gall? Jalahan cackled. Yun Shuang's heart was beating frantically. Watching the old man and child becoming the spiritual beast's dinner about to be engulfed by those fangs, she teared up. Have mercy on my people, for they are suffering so. The old man and child closed their eyes, knowing their end was inescapable, waiting for the jaws of death to close on them. The Quanrong woman shouted, Jalahan, stop this instant. Too little, too late. Zhao Lahan turned a deaf ear to her orders. Having gone drunk on power, the people sighed with a shake of their heads. This was the fate that awaited any common man's stumble upon the Quanrong delegation. With it being a matter concerning the future relations between the two nations, how many people would dare to step in to solve this mess? Holy Maiden was one, albeit weak. Under everyone's gazes, the fangs inched closer and closer on their meal. The aura had the old man and child unable to even breathe. With a groan, the savage aura withdrew and the spiritual beast halted mid-charge with its maw open. Only the stench kept coming. Zhao Lahan was shocked and the audience was shocked, regaining their hope. Who was it? The old man and child were still waiting for death, but the beast was running late, making them crack open their eyes to watch the stunning spectacle. The savage beast's huge body was stopped by a red hand. What stood before them was a youth with white hair. They knew who he was. Everyone did. After the fiasco outside the imperial palace, the savage no one in Tianyu messed with, Zhuofan, had arrived. How is that possible? The calm Quanrong now cried out. Zhao Lahan's eyes flashed with a thirst for battle. Tianyu has someone capable of holding back a 5th-level spiritual beast with one hand. The agitated lads on the second floor rested easy now, sitting back to enjoy the show with one leg over the other. Once Zhuofan stepped up, everything became a foregone conclusion, and all thanks to Zhuofan's harsh, cruel and heavy-handed lessons. Xie Tianshang was grumbling. What a hypocrite. He says he washes his hands of this matter, yet here he is jumping right in. Ha ha ha, isn't it great though? He's the only one who dares to butt in such an affair. Brother Xie, don't mind it. Long Xingyun laughed. The others bobbed their heads in total agreement. It begged the question though, would the dragon come out on top, or the snake? Zhuofan paid no attention to the savage glints. He merely glanced at the old man and child. What are you looking at? Do you still want to get eaten? The old man darted away with the kid in his arms, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Steward Zhua. I will never forget this. What arrogance! Zhao Lahan barked, holding the beast by the mane, causing it to roar as well. It thrashed around trying to escape from Zhuofan's grip. Zhuofan was using the Qilin arm, proving its efforts were in vain. Zhuofan snorted and flicked. To the audience's shock, the 5th-level spiritual beast slammed into the ground like a ton of bricks. Knocked out cold, Zhao Lahan took to the air, outraged. A mere flick knocked a 5th-level spiritual beast unconscious? Who is this guy? I've never heard of anyone like that in Tianyu. The Quanrong delegation was just as stunned. Steward Zhua's might is boundless. It started with a shout, and then it turned into a roar as more voices joined in, throwing their fists in the air. Steward Zhua, Steward Zhua. The shouts came in waves, rumbling across the sky. The Quanrong delegation looked around in shock and then focused at Zhuofan. A steward has such power? How come we've never heard of such an outrageous being in Tianyu? His fame is great as well. The people practically love him. Blast it! What is the intelligence department even doing? An expert like this that every common man knows about, yet we've gotten no wind of? They're all nothing but 2-bit rejects. Ignoring it all, Zhuofan strode over to Yun Shuang. She had put on a wide smile, being relieved for the people's safety. At some point, her heart knew that as long as Zhuofan was around, everything will be a-okay. Zhuofan was the one who gave her such a sense of security. Steward Zhua. Yongning squeezed in with Yan Fu through the crowd, running at them. She bowed. Forgive me, Steward Zhua, for our tardiness in buying the goods you asked for. Please don't blame us. We are mere servants, nothing in your eyes, but we are hard-working. Someone blocked our path. Zhuofan noticed her wink and laughed. This girl hasn't been around me for long, yet she has developed quite the flair for the dramatic. The Quanrong delegation was overwhelmed. Say what? That lady just now and the new kid are only errand boys? Everyone from Quanrong felt a chill. Mommy, which house is bursting at the seams to have a profound heaven expert doing errands? Weren't profound heaven experts supposed to be clan elders in Tianyu? Gulping, the Quanrong looked at them in fear. If a servant's requirements are at least the profound heaven stage, then what about their elders, clan head, and even venerables? More importantly, how many clans like these are there in Tianyu? They all knew Tianyu was a hidden den of monsters, but this was ridiculous. Oh no, how is that hidden? Even the common man knows their outstanding blue blood. God damn you, Hu Lianchai! How the hell did you perform your investigation? The Quanrong glared at the last rider on the 5th level spiritual beasts, a thin middle-aged man. The guy was bewildered as well, lowering his head in shame. When did Tianyu whip out a fresh batch of clan members? Or are they bluffing? But a glance at Zhuofan had him sighing instead. Losing all nerve, Zhuofan was a 3rd layer of profound heaven expert, but a hand of his trashed a 5th level spiritual beast. Not even Zha Lahan could do that. For a freak like that to be a steward and the clan to have profound heaven experts as servants may not be such an oddity. The Quanrong looked at Zhuofan's group with solemn gazes. With all their arrogance washed away, the younger generation on the 2nd floor felt their cheeks twitching in tandem. Zhuofan is the worst influence. He is pushing them deeper on the path of violence. Chapter 391, Tuoba Liufeng. Chapter 391, Tuoba Liufeng. You know you're wasting time, so why are you still here? If you run late and the young master isn't satisfied, I for one can't suffer the consequences, and you sure as hell can't either. Flicking his sleeve, Zhuofan strutted forth. He might as well go with the flow and take the play as far as it took him. The Quanrong grew tense. This outrageous thing is afraid of his young master? This clan must have harsh rules, with experts in droves. So much so that the steward who has such godlike power isn't of high status in the clan and has to cater to the young lord's whims. Everyone knew the strong ones in the clan were revered, and even the clan head watched his tone around them, let alone the young master. From the sound of it, he isn't much in the clan. But what does that make his clan? An abomination? Yongning and Shuang shared a sneaky smile, and the people hid their joy. All of Tianyu knew of Zhuofan by now. A steward in name, yet the de facto leader of the Luo clan in the clan head's absence. Only Gux would actually fall for his antics, and the Quanrong were shaking in their boots with the intel and their numbers. They figured they'd boss Tianyu around, with no house or clan messing with them. Reality proved otherwise, however. They'd just met a servant who was a profound heaven expert, while their steward was a godlike freak capable of doing anything. Case in point, didn't the steward wipe the floor with their general's mount? It was by this clan's grace that they weren't dead already. The Quanrong slumped, losing their haughty air. A handsome youth even cupped his hands. My subordinate was too impulsive, and I apologize for the trauma he caused. Thugs on the outside, yet pushovers at heart. His attitude earned the contempt of everyone. Be that as it may, having the delegation apologize for its transgressions was enough. No. Tell that to Zhuofan. He never once looked at them, treating them like air. As he turned to Shuang, what are you standing around for? Back to shopping? Ridiculous. Zha Lahan's eyes spat fire. His fists tight. The princess snickered inside, yet not quite content with how subdued the drama was. She wanted it blown sky high and pointed at the Quanrong. Steward Zhua, how are we to do that when they're blocking the road? Zhuofan eyed her for a second, picking up on the glint in her look. Perfect timing. Let's get those guys to act and get a feel of the situation, shall we? Hold on while I deal with this. Turning a cold look to the Quanrong, he walked over. The imperial capital's main street is for walking, not parading your pets. Anything on all four out? What did you say? Zha Lahan snapped, his muscles tightening like steel. His body primed to explode any minute. The youth next to him turned glum. Zhuofan was treading on thin ice. The Quanrong were beast-rearing people. They'd lived all their lives among them. Asking them to throw their beasts out was like demanding them to give up their advantage and pride. The answer was an obvious no. The 8 houses people on the second floor snorted. Most of them had first-hand knowledge of Zhuofan's style. He'd even steal candy from a baby. No low was beneath him. He'd wrung them off of all dignity, and still act like the sore loser pour Zhuofan's Oh. He'd first taunt his victims, so he'd act in self-defense, leading them to strike first. The result? Of course, beating the crap out of you, all while standing on the moral high ground. Let's see if anyone can top that. How many innocent victims had fallen under Zhuofan's malignant thumb, with nowhere to vent their loss, and were forced to suffer in silence. Everyone knew that. Zhuofan's infamy was practically built on it. Exceptions being the Quanrong, the new guys, the fresh meat, falling for it hook, line and sinker. There wasn't a soul out here who wasn't snickering inside, waiting for the show to start. That's what you get for being obnoxious. Clueless as you are, you should keep your head down anywhere near Zhuofan. The Quanrong youth walked up to Zhuofan, his heart unsettled. A deep breath helped a bit before he began. We are Quanrong warriors. Our beasts never leave our side. We only know how to advance and never retreat. If you are capable, then you can make the spiritual beasts fall back. The people cried, "Holy moly!" Inside, Zhuofan blinked once, then stared back, an evil grin playing at the corner of his mouth. That kid sure is something. Long Xingyun sighed. The rest agreed his words were impeccable. Neither an outright refusal nor taking it lying down, but he had shifted the issue onto Zhuofan. To have him deal with it, everyone knew the youth probably had no clue what Zhuofan was made of, thus he chose the middle ground to neither sound threatening nor a coward, thinking that Zhuofan was a man of importance. It was a perfect blend of tone and words to defend his self-respect, and thus he had dumped the issue on Zhuofan's head. Failing to scare the beasts back would put Zhuofan on the spot. 2 birds with 1 stone. He had avoided the taunt and forced the other person to take action. Now it begged the question, who on earth could push back 1,000 spiritual beasts? Not even Quanrong's best beast master could do it. The Quanrong watched the youth with gratitude and gave Zhuofan a wide grin. Long Xingyun gasped, inspecting the youth. Who is he? So young yet versed in politics and strength. Luo Yunhai nodded. He is leader material, with an air about him that could have only been gained in battle. Ha ha ha, brother, your eyes are getting sharper. 4 people stepped on the second floor, the 4 tigers of Tianyu. Looking at the standoff outside, Dugufeng laughed. We've been waiting for the delegation to reach the Imperial Palace's gates, yet they just wouldn't show. Turns out the scamp cut them off. I just can't make sense of him. He's picking a fight with anyone. He isn't called Tianyu's #1 thorn for nothing, ha ha ha. Big brother, could you please not talk like that? It wasn't Zhuofan who started it this time. Luo Yunchang tried to salvage the situation. Dugufeng smiled. Brother is so jumpy, but I didn't mean it as steward Zhuo's responsibility. We had figured there'll be some hostilities with the Quanrong. That's what happens when we battle each other for years and years. Their delegation is only here to showcase their superiority, something we planned for. Yet here they are, dead in their tracks, and saving us plenty of trouble too. The others understood. Their march to the Imperial Palace was to set up their powerful position, cut short by Zhuofan's interference. Sigh, it's a darn shame too. It was one thing to raise your tone against the 4 tigers of Tianyu, and a whole nother against Zhuofan. By the way, brother, do you know that youth? Luo Yunhai asked. Dugufeng sighed. Not just know him, but he is an old rival. He is the Quanrong Empire's commander, Tuoba Tieshan's only son, Tuoba Liufeng. He's a young commander? Luo Yunhai exclaimed. I was wondering why I got a general's vibe from him. Dugufeng nodded, his eyes fixed on the youth. Tuoba Liufeng is shrewd, brave and adept in leading his men. A bit on the young side, but he has earned his place in the army. We 4 have tangled with him more times than I can count, and always came at a disadvantage. They say he will take his father's place, a prime candidate to be the next commander. Luo Yunhai's eyes trembled, and he ingrained the youth's image in his mind. The next Quanrong Empire's commander meant their future enemy, elder brother. What about the others? Luo Yunhai asked. Dugufeng said, there are 8 wolf wardens under Quanrong Empire's commander, of great mettle and are unstoppable. 3 of them are currently present. Dugufeng pointed at the tough guy stirring trouble. He is second among the 8 wolf wardens, Savage Wolf Zhalan. His innate power and unmatched bravery paint him as someone able to tear apart a 5th-level spiritual beast. A fierce opponent, that one there is Obscure Wolf, Hu Lianchai. In charge of intelligence and scouting, a hidden danger. Dugufeng pointed at the thin figure. He isn't much to look at, but he is sure to be watching you. His operatives are sharp and capable. Luo Yunhai nodded. Dugufeng turned to a masked man with only half his face visible. That is Quanrong Empire's most famous archer, ranked 3rd in the 8 wolf wardens, the sky-piercing wolf, Zhabi. His heaven-shaking bow and cloud-nailing arrow are 6th-grade spiritual weapons. His shots are deadly, taking out the enemy generals. Even the marshal suffered at his hands. He is one opponent you can hardly guard against. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.